Well, good morning while it is still morning. Thank you for tuning in. We are now live on Byron Dragway TV. Scott McCann and Colin Estes, your first two out here in Super Pro. If you're tuning in live right now, we are just now starting the Super Pro Box one and only time trial session. No box already ran today. 006 reaction time for Scott McCann on the left-hand side. And a Chevrolet Nova from Madison, Wisconsin. And Scott McCann's going to go a 686 laps time and 99.59 miles per hour for Scott McCann, left-hand side. Colin Estes, he's double entered today. 507 is his ET. Blake Vangsness and Brandon Phillips on track right now. 001 red for Brandon Phillips on the right-hand side. 80 red left lane for Blake Vangsness. 682 for Vangsness on the left-hand side. 528 for Brandon Phillips right-hand lane. Jim Oliver and Zach Bosak. Bosak on the right-hand side, that is the A-Trends Auto and Truck Custom Shop. Sponsored dragster on the right-hand side from Chicago, Illinois. Bosak on the right-hand side. Jim Oliver, 66 Chevy 2 from New Lenox, Illinois on the left-hand side. .527 for Zach Bosak on the right-hand side. 131 miles per hour for Zach and the rear-engine dragster. Jim Oliver's .563 at 124 in the left-hand lane. Kevin Swartz and Joe Hansen, your very next pair. Pair of Chevrolets. Hansen in the Monza, right-hand side from Williams Bay, Wisconsin, and Schwartz in the Malibu from Rockford. 6:14 elapsed time for Joe Hansen, 113 miles per hour for Joe. And Kevin Swartz will go 7:37.92 is his speed. In the left-hand side for Kevin Swartz. Swartz goes red by 7 thousandths of a second. Next up, Steve Klotz, 72 Chevrolet Vega from Waterloo, Wisconsin. Beautiful car, left-hand side. Paired up with Jeff Larson Sr., who was out here testing last Sunday during the Diesel Drag Day. I never realized that people paid so much attention that when we call out, you know, here's the fastest car on the property, here's the fastest door car on the property, but Jeff Larson Sr. came up to the tower last Sunday and said, if I'm not mistaken, I think I'm the fastest car on the property today, amongst all the diesels. So we made sure to acknowledge Jeff Larson Sr. last Sunday was the fastest car on the property, but that will not be the case today. 538 at 129 for Jeff Larson Sr. this time in the right-hand side. Steve Klotz, 006 red left lane, 580 with a 9. Chad Bradham and Ed Nemick, your very next pair, coming up right now. Nemick in the left-hand side. 2000 model Chevrolet Corvette from Chicago, Illinois. Bradham is on the right-hand side in a dragster from Rockford, Illinois. This is Super Pro Box. First and only time trial session. Make it count, drivers. $3,000 to win today. Here we go. 008 reaction time for Chad Bradham. Bradham will cross the finish line first. 5:12 is his elapsed time, 136 miles per hour. Nemec goes a 5:36 at 1:31 in the left-hand lane. Chief starter Jeff Spearling retrieves a small piece of debris at about the 100-foot mark out there. He'll hop the wall. Mr. Bill takes over the starting duties. It's like watching a choreographed play from a talented sports team, as though they have been practicing that routine over and over again. Chevrolet Nova, left-hand side. Driver not on file. We will retrieve his information here soon. Monty Fisher on the right-hand side. Dragster from Rockford. She will go a 498, 138 miles per hour for Monty Fisher. 002 Red on the left-hand side. 002, 003 Red on the right-hand side. So all the drivers very, very sharp on the treat today. Some just a touch too quick. Buck Davenport and Tim Folker coming up now. They are your next pair. Davenport is on the right-hand side. 67 Chevrolet Camaro from Roscoe, Illinois. Folker, a 72 Chevrolet Corvette out of Freeport. The red and black two-tone Corvette, left-hand side of Tim Folker and Buck Davenport. That was Matt Spurlock just a moment ago in the Chevrolet Nova. Well, we spoke just a moment ago about the fastest cars on the property, and this here, I assure you, is one of probably the top two, maybe top three fastest rides of the day today. Kevin Robertson in a pro-charged rear-engine dragster to the left-hand side from Port Washington, Wisconsin. Paired up with Ted Cannon on the right-hand side of Rochelle, Illinois, an employee of Johnson Tractor, the Case IH International Harvester dealer that keeps all of our equipment up and running here to maintain the property. There it is. Mark it down. XX22. Kevin Robertson is Trip Zip Green, and that is your low ET of the day today. 442, 159 miles per hour. It's like the Triple Crown. The perfect light. Lowest ET. Top speed of the day. All in one shot from Kevin Robertson. A triple crown, you might say. Perfect light for Kevin Robertson. He is your potential buy come round number one eliminations in Super Pro Box. Bill Curtis and Mike Hobson. 004 reaction time for Hobson in the Camaro right-hand side from Freeport, Illinois. Through the 8th mile, Hobson will go a 5:63 lap time. 124 is his speed. And Bill Curtis driving the dragster for Winnebago Walt Gray goes a 5:01. 133 miles per hour is his speed for Bill Curtis. Of course, Doug's here. With Doug Cruz, that one is a resounding no. He's in a water box. Right now, though, looks like we've got Nick Van Beek in a Chevrolet Camaro right-hand side from Iron Mountain, Michigan. The racer from Michigan on the right-hand side, and Shane Pope from Mount Morris, Illinois. 15 on the tree for Shane Pope. 4:78 at 144 is the elapsed time and speed for the dragster of Shane Pope. You know, at the conclusion of the Memorial Day weekend races last week, I spent a little time sightseeing in the big city, the big metropolis of Mount Morris, and I tell you what, A charming little downtown. They really are known for their 4th of July celebrations. So quite the charming little community there of Mount Morris. Hometown to one Shane Pope, who just ran a moment ago. Here comes his car owner. That is Bruce Van Stratton of Wisconsin. He's on the left-hand side. 005 reaction time for Bruce Van Stratton. 5:12 is his elapsed time. Doug Cruz of Rockford, Illinois. 26 in the tree. 6:62 is his elapsed time. At 105 miles per hour for Doug Cruz. Pair of rear-engine dragsters now. We've got Derek Dignitz, whose father, Dion, went to a $10,000 final round here just 2 weeks ago. So Dignitz in the left-hand side and Dominic Bowden right-hand lane. Dignitz, 3 generations of racers. Dion, his father, and both his children, Derek's children, also raced junior dragsters. And Dominic Bowden has a son as well in junior, so a pair of racers that are out here a lot at Byron Dragway. 007 red for Dignitz on the left-hand side, 27 green for Dominic Bowden. Bowden crossing the finish line first. 483, 143 miles per hour for Dominic Bowden, the talented car painter from Channahon, Illinois. Back up with his second entry. This is Gentleman Jim Laughlin. Chevrolet Malibu from Albany, Wisconsin. He's entered in no box. He's also entered right here in box in the Chevrolet Malibu that he took home to that he drove to a $10,000 victory 2 weeks ago. And that was actually just days before his birthday, so a bit of an early birthday present to Gentleman Jim Laughlin. Ed Bousman goes a 6:34. 106 is his speed for Bousman on the right-hand side. Dan Kike and Bruce Call. Call all the way from Okeechobee, Florida on the right-hand side. Dan Kike left lane from Wisconsin. 31 on the tree for Dan Kike left side. He's got the big rear wing on that dragster. Almost identical elapsed times. 4:78 for Dan Kike, 4:77 for Bruce Call. Has the algae retreated on Lake Okeechobee? That is the topic of conversation right now on, the Army Corps of Engineers. They monitor that closely, as that was the cause of the red tide that engulfed much of the Gulf of Mexico a couple of years ago. So you tune into the Byron Dragway TV, you get more than just drag racing. You get a little bit of everything. John Schott in a 1995 Oldsmobile Cutlass from Watertown, Wisconsin, to the right-hand side. And a driver not yet on file. Car number WX30. Goes a 5:17 elapsed time. That was Scott Zimmerman, I do understand. 5:17 the elapsed time for Scott Zimmerman. Here comes a former NHRA Division champion. The driver, Jay Allen of Utica, Illinois, on the left-hand side. A DIY team. They do it all themselves. He and his wife, Pam, build the car, the motors, the trans, every bit of it from the ground up with their own 2 hands. And on the left-hand side, paired up with Eric Pavicic, a journeyman lineman out of Polo, Illinois. Keeps the power on and restored all across the country when storms come a-brewin'. Eric Pavicic and team are dispatched to restore power in all corners of the country. 002 reaction time for Jay Allen, one of the most consistent cars we see out here week in and week out. 5:07 the elapsed time for Jay Allen. Give you some perspective how much the environment has changed from 2 weeks ago. That car had a 498 on the side of that dragster almost every single run. He is a 5:07 today, so not quite, almost a tenth slower for Jay Allen off of where he was 2 weeks ago. You will recall over Memorial Day weekend we had overnight lows in the 30s, and now we've got daytime highs in the mid to low 90s. Greg Rouleau, another Pro Charge dragster. This one may be the fastest on the property. Typically runs in excess of 160 some odd miles per hour. Not sure we will see that today in the heat. 158 is the speed for Greg Rouleau, Pro Charge dragster from Menominee, Michigan, for the commercial fisherman. Josh Goyke, 489 on the right-hand side, and Goyke was double entered over Memorial Day weekend, and he went way deep in eliminations with both cars. And I tell you what, his daughter, Madison Goyke, a rookie in the junior dragster program, but I tell you what, if you did not know she was a rookie, you would not know that because she is one of the fiercest competitors we've seen in recent years. Join the ranks of the NHRA Junior Drag Racing League. Nick Cryer, a former track champion from Route 66 Raceway. He's here today from Manhattan, Illinois. His father, Mark, looking on in the black dragster left-hand side. Paired up with Tony Pontillo out of Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Kenosha, Wisconsin, as well as Kenosha starter and alternator. So Tony Pontillo with a 005 reaction time. He'll cross the finish line first. 475, 145 miles per hour for Tony Pontillo. And Nick Cryer will go a 5:02 at 137 in the left-hand lane. And this should complete our list of Pro Charge dragsters that we see on a regular basis. This is Greg Antonioni from Rubicon, Wisconsin, who was the low ET out here 2 weeks ago. I believe he had it dialed in at like a 419 or something like that. It was blistering fast. Not sure we're going to see that today. In fact, I'd almost put money on it that it's not going to happen on a day like today. Right now, the temperature is currently 88 degrees, starting to get a little bit of cloud coverage that we did not have earlier today. Hoping that that does not usher in anything more than just clouds as the afternoon wears on. And the Pro Charge dragster is going to go 433, 164 miles per hour. That is your low ET and top speed of the day today for Greg Antonioni. Carlo Pontillo's 003 on the Christmas tree, 492 at 138. The right-hand side, the young lady from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Brett Williamson doing double duties this weekend, racing the Ford Thunderbird you see right here on the left-hand side. Also racing a Chevrolet S10 pickup truck that belongs to the family. Williamson on the left-hand side, and Christine Malik, the mother of three from Beloit, Wisconsin, in a 32 Bantam Altered in the right-hand lane. The Extreme Bird, I see it there in lane number 3. Boy, we're in for a treat with that one later on today. So her husband, Steve, the wheeler and dealer of the Extreme Bird Plymouth, into the lanes. 003 red for Malik Shugo, 535 at 129 on the right-hand side. Brett Williamson, 006 reaction time, 571, 124 miles per hour on the left-hand side. Dennis DiValerio, Supercharged dragster at the starting line. Another very quick car. And a former $100,000 champion in the Firecracker Bracket Nationals. 009 reaction time for Dennis DiValerio. And Scott LaBuddy A multi-time track champion goes 476 at 146 in the right-hand side. Dennis DiValerio, 009 reaction time, 466 at 149 on the left-hand side for the supercharged dragster of Dennis DiValerio. That will now bring up Andrew DiPiazza and Mike Schleter. Schleter, the 1970 Olds 442 from Cross Plains, Wisconsin. Did you know that it's not a 442, it's a 442? Did you know that? I announced 2 days of BOP drag racing, and I don't think the Olds guys had the heart to tell me until the end of the last day that, you know, it's not a 442, we call it a 442. Don't know what difference it makes, but hey, if that's the way it's said, I'm going to say it. Mike Schleter and Andrew DiPiazza, the old 442 in the left-hand side. He will go 670 at 101 miles per hour. But that's the equivalent to like a Chevy guy saying, yeah, I've got a big block 454, but if you would have said, I got a SS 454, people are going to look at you kind of funny. But in the Olds crowd, it's a little bit different, I suppose. Well, that could be the case, too. My Olds 442. Doesn't have a good ring to it, though. Brent Vincent and Adam Sweet. Sweet on the right-hand side, the Modern Solutions House Pest Control sponsored entry on the right-hand side from Davis, Illinois. And Brent Vincent with a 003 reaction time. Great light on the left-hand side for the racer from Byron, Illinois. 6:28 elapsed time, 110 miles per hour for Brent Vincent. Vincent went deep in eliminations on Sunday and actually carried over until Monday, over Memorial Day weekend. So always a force to be reckoned with. That'll bring up now Tanner Folk and Corey Pavicic. A final call, Super Pro Box, final call to the lanes, please, if you are double entered. If you are double entered, make sure you've got your car up here for the end of this session. Final call, Super Pro Box. Time trial session, one and only. Final call, Super Pro Box. Wow, great reaction times all morning long. Actually, we're now in the afternoon hour, 12:08 on my watch. 009 reaction time, 497 for Corey Pavicic on the right-hand side, 15 on the tree for Tanner Folk. He'll go a 689 at 98 miles per hour, the 1994 Pontiac Formula Firebird. Looks like we'll have a Byron at this time on the left-hand side for Brad Antonioni. Nope, they will be paired. So Antonioni on the left-hand side from West Bend, Wisconsin. Lipke, I believe, had a problem getting the sunroof latched. Has it down and has it ready. $484 for Brad Antonioni, $624 for Forrest Lipke on the right-hand side. And we are nearly through this one and only time trial session for Super Pro Box. Final call, box cars. Final call, box cars. Final call, Super Pro Box. To the lanes, please. Final call, Super Pro Box. Time trial session. Double 08 reaction time. for Jeremy Vangsness in the Chevrolet Nova right-hand side. 101 miles per hour. Tim Vincent, 501 at 136 is his speed. And a special welcome to the Byron Dragway live stream, Carlene Vincent. Carlene, thank you for tuning in, cheering on Tim and Brent and Mitchell and the entire Vincent Racing team. Always good to have Grandma Carlene tuned in and watching. Thank you, Carlene. We continue on with Super Bill Butasov and Ryan Fasano. Fasano on the left-hand side. From Salem, Wisconsin, the rear-engine dragster. Butasov, short wheelbase 1974 Buick Opal from Naperville, Illinois. .008 reaction time for Super Bill. He'll go 6:32 at 1:07 on the right-hand side, and Ryan Fasano 4:83 at 1:42 in the dragster. Ryan McCann coming up right now. This is the second time this car has seen the track today. His father, Scott, driving it previously. What a well-kept shirt. That is a 2003 Junior Dragster Halloween National shirt, as sported by Scott McCann on the starting line. Either they use some very gentle detergent, gentle, maybe delicate cycle in the machine, or it was in a box all this time and he just dug it out, but there is no color fade in that shirt at all. 009 reaction time for Ryan McCann, 689.99 miles per hour for Ryan McCann. You know, I've often thought that'd be a good idea to do some kind of a contest to see who could bring out, you know, the oldest event shirt. And I really want one that's got holes in it, you know, something that's got some mileage, some use. But if anybody out here has an event shirt, right now I see it on Scott McCann, a 2003 Halloween National shirt. If anybody's got an older event shirt here today, stop up to the tower and we'll come up with a prize. I want to find... No, today, I don't want people going home and rummaging through a closet and finding something. I want something that's, you know, out here today. Colin Estes, his second run of the day today. He is 12 on the tree for Colin Estes. So 5:04 laps time, 135 miles per hour for Colin Estes. And here comes the second entry of the day as well for Mitchell Vincent. Vincent driving two different cars, however. Right now he's got the rear-engine dragster. Previously ran the 67 Camaro. So Mitchell Vincent, and what I do believe is the final entry of this Super Pro Box one and only time trial session. .487, 141 miles per hour for Mitchell Vincent, and that is a wrap for this one and only time trial session in Super Pro Box. No box, no box. Potential buy for round number one eliminations. Don Schomer, you are double entered. Make sure you are using number D376 as your potential buy. Don Schomer, entry number D376. Potential buy, round one, eliminations in Super Pro, no box at car. D376 will report to lane number 2 as the potential buy. So Mr. Schomer will need that first entry to run the opposite number of your D376 entry, and we'll need that first entry to the head of the lanes to kick off that class. No box, we're going to be calling you here in just a second's time. Well, I misspoke before when I said one of those Pro-Charged dragsters might be the fastest car on the property, because I did not turn my head and see the Extreme Bird ready and waiting in the staging lanes. First time we've seen this hot rod this year. And looks as though he has popped out of gear. A lot of horsepower right there, but was just not putting it to the racetrack. So take two in a burnout for Steve Malik in the Extreme Bird. And take two is much better indeed. This car's history actually starts overseas in Europe. This car ran well into the sixes, I believe in excess of 230, maybe 240 miles per hour. Overseas in Europe before making its way right here in, well, it actually resides in Beloit, Wisconsin. Steve Malik, the driver, his wife Christine Malik, assisting with backing the car up and planting them right in the burnout path. Right in the little truck that he just set there with the burnout. So Steve Malik probably had this car out here maybe a dozen times last year. I think the last we saw it was probably at the World Power Wheel Sanding Championships last October. And to say that the weather is different today than it was then, that is an understatement. So Steve Malik in the Extreme Bird, and everything looks straight down Broadway. He'll pop the parachutes right about the 1,000-foot mark and coasted through to a 7:14, 150 miles per hour for Steve Malik, who through the 8th mile was a 4:43, 164 through the 8th mile. Takes it through to the 1,000-foot, pops the chutes, and everything was clean, mean, and straight down the track for Steve Malik. Attention to the pits. We're looking for our no-box double-entered cars. No-box double-entered cars, round one eliminations. To the head of the lanes, please. Super Pro no-box double-entered cars to the head of the lanes, please. Super Pro no-box double-entered cars to the head of the lanes, please. Odd are left, right are even. Odd left, right even. Begin with lanes 3 and 4, please. Super Pro no box round one eliminations double-entered cars to the lanes, please. Test and tune. This is your time. Test and tune. May begin to make their way out on track. Test and tune cars. You may begin to make your way out on track at this time. And it looks like Mr. Schomer's got the right number on the window. Believe it or not, we had a double-entered car that actually got the Byron twice a couple of weeks ago, one with each entry. So as rare as it might sound, it does happen. But when you're driving like Don Schomer, nothing rare about coming up with a potential buy with the kind of lights he has. Super Pro, no box, no box. Round one to the lanes, please. No box. Round one to the staging lanes, please. Super Pro, no box. Round one, eliminations, we are looking for you. Super Pro, no box. Round one, eliminations to the lanes, please. Odd, left, even, right. Odd, left, even, right. Super Pro, no box. Round number one, eliminations.
The lanes, please.
This is Sarah Kaler from Chicago, Illinois, one of the head engineers at Google. That's right. There's probably only a few companies that everybody in the world, no matter what, have heard the name of that company. And Google, I'm going to say companies like Honeywell, and even those ones are starting. General Electric, there will be a whole generation that doesn't even know all the stuff that they've done. But Google, wow, they've got a tight grip on the world. 1132, 126 miles per hour for the head engineer from Google. That is Sarah Kaler from Chicago, Illinois, in a 2021 Ford Cobra Mustang. Good afternoon. Welcome again to Byron Dragway. We are almost ready and set to get things started here. $3,000 to win on the first of 2 days on this Big Bucks Bracket Bash Series weekend. A big thank you to all of the racers, their family, their friends, and all the spectators as well that have come out today to support this Big Bucks Bracket Bash Series race. Of course, tomorrow is $5,000 to win as well. Buybacks are available today and tomorrow in Super Pro. Buybacks will be available. It is not a re-entry. We had a little bit of that last year, but everything is buybacks here for the Big Bucks Bracket Bash Points Series races. $40 to buy back today, $60 to buy back tomorrow. So we are about ready and set to go. We do, just as we do every race before round number one eliminations, we will have our invocation followed by the playing of our national anthem, but we do want to hold in our memory today the passing of a local racer, Jim Ross. He and his wife were involved in a tragic accident just last week. Just earlier this week, Jim lost his life, and his wife right now, our prayers are with her on her recovery. So before we go into our invocation, we want to remember Jim. He owned a roadster that was driven by many talented drivers for many years, was a big member of the track out here at Byron Dragway, a member of the community, went to St. Mary's Catholic Church right here in Byron, and he will be deeply missed, but our prayers with him as well as his wife on their recovery from the accident this week. So please join us in prayer. Heavenly Father, we pray that you continue to look over, bless, and protect over each and every one of us, all of our racers on track as well as their family, friends, crew, and everyone involved here at the track. We pray for their safety as well, not just at the track, but coming to and from. We thank you for the health that we have to be here and the blessings that we enjoy and just the good fortune to be here racing cars on this Saturday. In your name we pray. Amen. Well, with that, we are ready and set to go. Round one eliminations in Super Pro No Box. Racing in memory today of Jim Ross, and our thoughts, of course, with his wife Linda on her recovery at this time. Hey, a big thank you to the entire cast and crew here at Byron Dragway that makes these events possible. Your head of staging today, that is Brian Hampton. Thank you, Brian Hampton. Assisting in the rear of the staging lanes, we have Dana Highland. Thank you, Dana. In the water box right now, we've got the man that started a Super Bowl halftime commercial. That is Mr. Bill. You can't miss him with the OSHA-approved hat at center track. Joining him at the starting line right now, we've got Camden Isley. Track owner B.J. Vangsness getting the water box good and ready for round one eliminations. Time of the Hitman Mercer is also here today on his employee break at this time. Your chief starter of this prestigious event is Jeff Spearling. He is a former NHRA Super Comp Division champion, so he doesn't know just how to work a racetrack. He knows how to wheel a car down the track with great skill. The entire fire safety crew on down track. Ian Knapp at Time Slips, the talented and hardworking team from Sam's Drive-In operating the Dragway Diner. David, Mark over the tech inspection area. You've got Sedona Griffey, your clock operator extraordinaire in the tower today. Guest announcer and track consultant Terry Simpson joining us in the tower as well. Big thank you to Rhonda Vangsness, Monty Fisher, I'll wait for the burnouts to get done, Bonnie McCann, and Trudy Young out at the front gate. My name is Randy Simpson, and here we go, round one eliminations. And the guest announcer, Terry Simpson's going to take over from here.
Thank you, Randy. And with that, we're going to first round of Super Pro No Box. Left lane, we have Don Schomer in the beautiful Maverick. He's off on a 612 dial-in. Troy Boyke in the right lane. 617 dial-in. Win light. Don Schomer runs a 612 on a 612 dial-in. Left lane, your winner, Don Schomer. Dead on one. Wow. They are ready. Okay, next up we have Kip Norup out of Leaf River, Illinois. And the 97 Thunderbird, he's dialed in with the 648. Mike Miller in the right lane. 620 dial in for Mike out of Mount Carroll, Illinois, in the 68 Nova. Pair of green lights at the finish line. Win light goes to Mike Miller. Mike will go 624 on the 620. Kip breaks out by 2. Mike Miller moving on to round number 2. Tim Mosier in the left lane in the 78 Camaro. He's retired. He's out of Rochelle, Illinois. Matt Martin, right lane in the 69 Camaro from Mount Morris, Illinois. 705 for Matt, 682 for Tim. Win light, left lane, Tim Mosier. 006 reaction time. That was going to be a tough one. Plus, you go 683 on the 682 dial-in. Tim Mosier, your winner. Moving on to round number 2. Next up in the left lane, we have Tori Williams. 69 Nova out of Winnebago, Illinois, dialed in with the 592. Right lane, Dave Perry in the 63 Corvette, dialed in with the 584. These two cars could be at a car show, but no, here they are racing. Nearly identical reaction times at the finish line give the win to Tori Williams, 588 on the 592. Dave Perry, 577, breaks out by more. Tori Williams moving on to the next round. Next up, Dan Gary, 73 Duster, 645 dial-in out of Oak Forest, Illinois. Right lane, Aaron Johnson, Polo, Illinois. In the 75 Camaro, dialed in with the 635. At the finish line, give the win to Aaron Johnson, 6:43 on a 6:35. Dan Perry. Kevin Lancaster, 37 Chevy, dialed in with the 594. John Holly in the Mopar, dialed in with the 650 out of Marengo, Illinois. Finish line, win light, Kevin Lancaster. Runs a 99 on the 594 dial, and Kevin Lancaster, left lane, is your winner. Next up, left lane, we have Maureen Lancaster from Shannon, Illinois, in the 69 Camaro, dialed in with the 661. Jeff Billiter in the right lane in the 71 Vega, dialed in with the 676. And the Vega breaks out, runs a 674 on the 676. Maureen Lancaster, your winner, 662 on a 661, 1 over for the win. Taylor Schleter in the left lane. In the 96 S10, down with the 714. Cameron Mason in the right lane. Sorry about that, that's Richard Mason over there in the right lane. In the Monte Carlo, dialing with the 677. At the finish line, win light goes to Richard Mason. Breaks out by less. Richard Mason is your winner. Brando Carlson, 80 Camaro. Montgomery, Illinois, left lane, dialed in with the 601. Mike in the Monte Carlo, 70 Monte Carlo in the right lane, dialed in with the 675. 1,000 separates him at the starting line. Win light goes to Mike in the 70 Monte Carlo, 674, breaking out by less for the win. In the 70 Monte Carlo, right lane, your winner. Next up, Brian Dumdye in the left lane in the beautiful 57 Chevy Bel Air, dialed in with the 608. Right lane, Jim Laughlin, dialed in with the 660. Jim, one of our most recent winners, $10,000 a few weeks ago out here at the Byron Dragway. Finish line, give the win to Brian Dumdye, 609 on a 608. Jim breaks out by 7 thousandths. Brian Dumdye, your winner, 57 Bel Air, moving on. Jesse Albright, left lane, 65 Mustang. One of the first cars I ever owned was a 65 Mustang. Down in with the 7 flat. Mine never did run that fast. But anyway, we got Patrick Hill in the right lane and a 662. In the 80 Malibu, down in with the 662. Starting line advantage of Patrick Hill, and he'll carry it on for the win. 664 on the 662. Jesse breaks out. Patrick Hill, your winner. Ed Kroll next up, left lane, 67 Camaro. Out of Elgin, Illinois, dialed in with the 658. Mark Nettesheim, right lane, dialed in with the 636 in the 83 Camaro. Final call, no box. Final call for no box. We're looking for all remaining no box cars at the staging lanes, please. Final call, no box. All right, it's going to take all 660 feet to decide the winner, and the winner will be Ed Kroll, 654, breaking out by less than Mark Nettesheim, who runs a 631 on a 36. Ed Kroll, your winner in the 67 Camaro. Bob Dish, 71 Vega, Verona, Wisconsin, 688 dial in the left lane. Kenny Norup, right lane, 97 Thunderbird from Byron, Illinois, dialed in with the 592. Again, final call, no box. Final call for a no box. We're looking for any remaining no box cars to the staging lanes, please. At the finish line, Kenny Norup, your winner, 593 on a 592. Bob runs closer to dialing, but Kenny was better on the tree. Kenny Norup, your winner. Johnny Robinson, left lane in the 91 Mustang, down in with the 667. Tristan Mold, right lane, 634 down in the Cutlass. Winner, Tristan Mold, 632 on the 634 dial and breaking out by less. Tristan will move on to the next round. Next up, Larry Williamson. Brett Williamson, sorry about that. Brett Williamson driving the 88 S10 out of Rockford, Illinois, dialed in with the 672. Right lane, Chad Cannon, 646. In the 2000 Camaro, dialed in with the 646. Double inner box cars, we need you right away. Double inner box cars, we need you right away. Double inner box cars, please report to the staging lanes. Double inner box cars, lanes 3 and 4. Double inner box cars, lanes 3 and 4. Kevin Robertson, you are the potential buy. Kevin Robertson, you are the potential buy in box. Report to lane 2. Report to lane 2. Kevin Robertson, you are the potential buy. Win goes to Chad Cannon. 648 on the 646 dial in. Right lane, your winner. Chris Wicker, left lane, 76 Buick, down with the 714. Roger Morris, right lane, 78 Ford. Whoop. Roger Morris driving the Buick, dials in with the 674. He wins 671.7 on the 674 dial and breaking out by Chris Wicker was red, so Roger, your automatic winner. Terry Hiller, 71 Vega, dialed in with the 679. Shane Pope in the Pinto, dialed in with the 691 out of Mount Morris. 74 Ford Pinto, 691. The Vega, 679. Winner, Terry Hiller, 670, breaks out by 1,000th. Shane Pope breaks out by 8,000th. Your winner, Terry Hiller. Next up, we have Dave Moore in the 71 Nova out of Forreston, Illinois. Mike Southwick, Stillman Valley, driving a 70 Chevelle, 636 dial in for Mike. Pair of red lights, worst red light going to Mike Southwick. He will move on to round number 2. Mitch Vincent, left lane, 67 Camaro, dialed in with the 593. Right lane, John Coyle, 769 in the 63 Chevy Nova. Chevy 2, I would say. Pair of green lights, 3,000 separate them at the starting line. Win light, John Coyle. Dead on 0, 769 with the 0 on the 769. Mitch Vincent goes 593.3 on the 593. John was also 3 thousandths better at the starting line. Very, very close race. Don Schomer, left lane, picking up his Byron. Don double-entered in this round. This will be the final car for No Box Super Pro round 1. Don puts a 610 on it. We'll see how close he can come to that 610. Finish line, he will go 612. Don Schomer, moving on. Don Schomer advances in both entries in round number 1. He'll be back to run round 2 in both entries. Box cars, we're looking for box cars. Round number 1, Super Pro box cars. We're looking for all box cars to stage your lanes, please. All box cars, stage your lanes, please. X377, Tim Mosier. You are the new potential buy for Super Pro No Box, round number 2. Tim Mosier, you are the potential buy No Box, round number 2, when we get ready for Super Pro No Box, round number 2. You will report to lane 2 when we call you. Thank you.
Well, we are ready for round number 1, Super Pro Box. Brian Hampton sent him out. Round number 1, Super Pro Box, ready and waiting in the staging lanes. Here we go. Well, a number of double-entered cars kicking off things here in round number 1, Super Pro Box. Ed Bousman and Scott McCann, your first 2 takers, pair of Chevrolets kicking things off. Scott McCann and his son Ryan sharing the driving duties of the Chevrolet Nova left-hand side. Hailing from the big city of Madison, Wisconsin, a 686 dial-in for Scott McCann on the left-hand side. His opponent, that is Ed Bousman, who I believe's got his dragster as well as the S10 here today. The S10 at the starting line. 633 dial-in for Bousman in the pickup truck. McCann, the 686 dial-in in the Nova. So McCann leaves first, and here comes Bousman. Pair of green lights. This one will be settled at the finish line. Win light to Ed Bousman. Bousman was 009 on the Christmas tree, and he was in charge of that race from the onset. Bousman gets there first by 5 thousandths of a second and comes away the winner. Bill Curtis and Blake Vangsness, your next pair. Vangsness on the right-hand side, a 1969 Chevrolet Nova from Rockford, Illinois, with a 684 dial-in. His opponent, Bill Curtis, left-hand side, a 498 dial-in for Curtis, in a dragster that is owned, operated, tuned by Winnebago Walt Gray. He is the car owner. So, not quite, almost 2 seconds, the difference in dial-ins here. Vangsness is out front. Here comes Curtis. Close race off the starting line. Win light's going to go to Bill Curtis. Curtis is 1 over the dial-in. Vangsness gets there first, breaks out, and Curtis is your winner in the left-hand side. Well, the contest continues. I've got a prize. I haven't come up with the prize yet, but I know that Scott McCann is sporting a 2003 Junior Dragster Halloween National shirt. And if anybody has a souvenir event shirt that predates 2003 or earlier, I don't know what the prize is. It might be something from the souvenir stand. We'll figure something out, because that was pretty cool to see in such mint condition, a 2003 souvenir shirt. So Colin Estes. So Colin Estes and, well, it reads Brian Folk, 633. Thought it was Forrest Lipke in the Camaro right-hand side. So the Folk Camaro with a 624 dial on the right-hand side, and Colin Estes, a double-entered, entering the left-hand side. Well, I'm guessing Brian must be sharing that car with Forrest today. A breakout by 2 thousandths of a second at the finish line for Folk on the right-hand side, and Colin Estes, 1 over the dial and comes away the winner. Great race right there. 18 on the tree for Estes, 20 on the tree for Folk. Folk got there first with room to spare, broke out by 2 thou. We continue on. Brent Vincent and Adam Sweet. A pair of cars that, oddly enough, they ran against each other in time trials. Not that that really means anything right now, but hey, what are the odds? Pretty good, apparently. Adam Sweet, right-hand side, 493 dial-in for Adam. 627 dial-in for Brent Vincent of Byron, Illinois. They are off. They are running. And at the finish line, win light to Brent Vincent. Vincent is 1 over the dial-in. Adam Sweet breaks out by 3 thousandths of a second. And Vincent comes away the winner on the left-hand side. That'll now bring up Steve Klotz in the 1972 Chevrolet Vega from Waterloo, Wisconsin. A 581 dial-in for Klotz on the left-hand side. He is paired up with Andrew DiPiazza, driving the Pontiac Firebird right-hand side from Chicago, Illinois. A car that he drove deep in eliminations on Memorial Day Monday here at Byron Dragway just 2 short weeks ago. 542 dial-in for DiPiazza, 581 dial-in for Klotz, and something of a staging duel at the starting line. Not much of one. Klotz gets in there after just a little hesitation. And Klotz is going to come away the winner. The red Firebird is seeing red at the starting line. 006 red for Andrew DiPiazza. And Steve Klotz is going to be your winner left-hand side. 583 on the 581 dial-in. Brett Williamson up with his second entry of the day today. Already ran the Chevrolet pickup truck, the S10. Now he's up in a blue Ford Thunderbird as owned by Randall Good. The young man from Rockford, Illinois, the 573 dial-in left-hand side, paired up with Super Bill Butasaw. 632 dial-in for Super Bill in the Opal right-hand side. Super Bill gets the head start. And a good race off the starting line at the finish line. Win light, Brett Williamson. Super Bill was dead on 2 in 20 on the tree. Great run for Super Bill, but not good enough. Brett Williamson was 007 on the tree. 1 over the dial exactly. Margin of victory, 0.005 of a second for Brett Williamson in the T-Bird. Scott Zimmerman coming up now on the left-hand side from Waupun, Wisconsin. 45-year-old master plumber in a 2001 Cameron chassis dragster. 4-link car on the left-hand side, paired up with a Bantam Altered of Christine Malik, whose husband Steve Malik stands trackside, ran the Extreme Bird Plymouth earlier today to a 7:15 quarter-mile time, shutting it off at the 1,000-foot. Malik, the mother of 3, is going to get the head start right here. She's off and running, and she is advancing into round number 2. Christine Malik, she's going to admire the wind light, a new wind light. I know that you have a certain colored blindness. I don't know if you can tell, but the wind lights are actually green this weekend. Have you noticed that? You did notice. I didn't know if that would register or not. We are going green at Byron Dragway, at least in terms of the wind lights. So Bill Swartz and Jeff Larson Sr. Wind light will go to Kevin Swartz, as True Start determines the outcome of this race. Swartz, who got a 2-second head start back in the old days, it was always the first, not the worst. Well, apparently Larson did not have something set up on the box just right, as he took off over a 1.5 seconds too soon. So in that case, Kevin Swartz, the lesser infraction, is your winner, as True Start alters the outcome of that competition. Bruce Van Stratton and Monty Fisher, your next pair. Fisher on the right-hand side, a 498 dial-in with a purple and white dragster from Rockford, Illinois. Her opponent, that is Bruce Van Stratton, with a 511 dial-in to the left-hand side. Monty Fisher, usually one of the best levers in the business, but uncharacteristically late off the starting line for Fisher. That will give the win to Bruce Van Stratton, who is 2 over the dial-in. That will now bring up Ed Nemec and Ted Cannon. Cannon on the right-hand side, a 490 dial-in to the dragster. Nemec, 536 in the Chevrolet Corvette. Do not forget that buybacks are available. Buybacks are available. Buybacks remain available, just $40, $40 to get back in. Wow, a $40 investment to potentially win $3,000 at the end of the day. Sounds like a good deal to me. Buybacks remain available at the blue tent right beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. 003 reaction time. Ed Nemec is your winner, left-hand side. On a double breakout, Nemec breaking out by 3 thou. He'll go 5:35.7 on the 5:36 dial. And the lesser of the two breakouts, Ed Nemec, comes away victorious, left-hand side, over Ted Cannon. That'll bring up Matt Spurlock. 18 years of age, from Elgin, Illinois, in a 1971 Chevrolet Nova. Paired up with the 26-year-old Brandon Phillips. From Fulton, Illinois, a 5:28 dial-in for Phillips on the right-hand side, 6:28 the dial-in for Spurlock, left-hand lane. Exactly 1 second the head start for Spurlock. Spurlock trying to stretch that head start just a little bit further. He'll go red. Phillips is your winner. Spurlock goes dead on 4, but is red at the tree. Phillips goes way under the dial. He'll go 5:20 with an 8 on the 5:28 dial-in. And Brandon Phillips will advance to round number 2. Coming up next, we've got Jay Allen and Buck Davenport. Davenport on the right-hand side from Roscoe, Illinois. 1967 Chevrolet Camaro with a 670 dial-in. His opponent, that is Jay Allen, a former NHRA division champion from Utica, Illinois. The gateway to Starved Rock Country, a 5:07 dial-in for Allen, 670 dial-in for Davenport. Well, the thermometer has hit its high for the day so far, 90 degrees currently. Forecasted to be a high of 90. How high will the mercury climb on a day like today? Jay Allen comes away the winner of this pair. Wow. Check it out. 001 reaction time. Dead on 3. A 4-pack. 4-pack for Jay Allen. 4 thousandths of a second, the total package for Jay Allen on the left-hand side. One tough customer. That'll bring up Tim Vincent and Dominic Bowden. Tim Vincent on the left-hand side. Grandma Carlene tuned in and watching on Byron Dragway TV, the live stream. There she is. Ooh, Carlene giving us a weather report from St. Charles. Carlene Vincent informs us it is raining in St. Charles. Please stay clear in Byron. Boy, we're with you. Send some good, warm, dry thoughts our way, Carlene. Not warm. We don't want it any hotter than it already is. Dry thoughts. Send them this way, Carlene. Do the no rain dance from St. Charles. So Tim Vincent, Dominic Bowden on track right now. Bowden on the right-hand side. 485 the dial-in for Dominic. 506 for Tim Vincent. Close race. How close is it? Identical reaction times. Identical 13 bulbs. Double breakout. Tim Vincent is the winner. Left-hand side. 503.7 on the 506 dial-in. Tim Vincent advancing to round number 2, and that is music to the ears of Grandma Carlene, tuned in and watching, as it is apparently raining in St. Charles. We're with you. Hopefully we will stay clear in Byron. Camden, what's the weather radar looking like at this time? Turn on the old Doppler, if you would, and let us know what you find. Double breakout once again. Tanner Folk comes away the winner, left-hand side, over Joe Hansen. If there was one theme to come out of no box, it was double breakout. We had a lot of cars breaking out in no box. Not so much in box, but we are starting to see that now. We've got 2 pairs back-to-back of double breakouts. And the wind is certainly picking up just a touch out of the north. Shane Pope and Bruce Call. Shane Pope, the higher driver, left-hand side for Bruce Van Straten. Bruce Call on the right-hand side. Call will break out. Win light's going to go to Shane Pope. Wow, another 4,000 total package. Shane Pope is 002 on the Christmas tree and dead on 2 on the left-hand side. I tell you what, the heat is not bothering the racers today. If anything, the racers know it's hot outside, so the racing's going to be even hotter, and the competition has been fierce. 004, 002, and a dead on 2 for Shane Pope. Greg Antonioni now, one of the quickest, lowest dialed cars of the day today. 433 the dial for the Pro Charged Dragster from Rubicon, Wisconsin. His opponent, that is Josh Goyke, right-hand side from just down the road in Stillman Valley, Illinois. Goyke's out front, but here comes that Pro Charged Dragster. He'll go 432 and a 433 dial-in, breaking out. Greg Antoni breaks out. Josh Goyke, 1 over the dial-in, is your winner on the right-hand side over Greg Antonioni. Next up, Dan Kike and the gentleman, Jim Laughlin. Laughlin in the Malibu, right-hand side. 659 is his dial-in. He is double-entered, racing both in no box and box with the same car. So getting a lot of mileage on that Malibu already this year, taking it to a $10,000 win 2 weeks ago. Next up, Dan Kike. That's his opponent. 478 on the left-hand side. So Laughlin's out front, but here comes the hard-charging dragster of Dan Kike. At the finish line, win light to Jim Laughlin. Dan Kike had the advantage. 003 reaction time. He got there first with room to spare. Breaks it out by 3 thousandths of a second. Brad Antonioni and Mike Hobson, your next pair. Hobson on the right-hand side. Chevrolet Camaro from Freeport, Illinois with a 562 dial-in. His opponent, Brad Antonioni, 486 dial-in for the dragster left-hand side from West Bend, Wisconsin. Boxcars round 1. Boxcars round 1. Over halfway through the round. Boxcars round 1. We are halfway through round 1 eliminations. If you are double-entered, make sure that second entry is coming up soon. Win light to Brad Antonioni. 1 over the dial-in, 11 on the tree. 2 thou, the margin of victory at the finish line for Brad Antonioni over Mike Hobson. What a closely contested race that was. So Boxcars, we are over halfway through this opening round. Boxcars, we are over halfway through this opening round. If you are double-entered, make sure that second entry is getting up to the lanes now, please. Make sure that entry number 2 is on its way to the lanes or already there. Derek Dignitz and Nick Cryer coming up. Cryer on the right-hand side. 502 the dial-in for Cryer, 502 for Derek Dignitz. That's right. Heads up. They'll leave side by side, wheel to wheel. As they stare across the track, they'll be looking at each other dead in the eye. It's close off the starting line, and at the finish line, win light to Derek Dignitz on a double breakout. Dignitz breaks out by 8 thou. Nick Cryer by 15 thou. That's the difference. Derek Dignitz, your winner. So again, even in the heat of the day, many a double breakouts here this round. Tim Folker and Scott LaBuddy coming up now. LaBuddy on the right-hand side, a multi-time track champion to Byron Dragway. And the dragster from Freeport, Illinois with a 477 dial-in. His opponent, that is Tim Folker. The two-tone Chevrolet Corvette, also from Freeport. So a pair of drivers. They share a hometown, and now they're sharing the strip, but they can't share a win light. Tim Folker gets greedy. He gets the whole thing. 651 and 652 dial-in. Tim Folker, your winner over Scott LaBuddy. buckle up because we got one of the fastest cars here today. This is Greg Rouleau. Another Pro Charged dragster, this one from Menominee, Michigan. 453 the dial-in for Greg Rouleau on the left-hand side. His opponent, that is Nick Van Beek. And a Chevrolet Camaro, also from Michigan. Iron Mountain to be exact, so a pair of racers. Both from Michigan, maybe the only two racers from Michigan today. And they square off in round number one at the finish line. Win line to Nick Van Beek. He'll go 518 on the 516 dial-in, 10 on the tree. Nick Van Beek getting the win over Greg Rouleau. Rouleau breaks out, but Van Beek still beat him to the finish line. Nick Van Beek advancing to round number two. Test and tune cars, you will follow this opening round of Super Pro Box. Test and tune cars, you may begin to make your way to the lanes, please, as you will follow this round of Super Pro Box. Test and tune will follow Super Pro Box round number one. Another fast hot rod here, the supercharged dragster of Dennis DiValerio. He gets the win. DiValerio was 008 on the Christmas tree, dead on 8 in the dial-in. $16,000 total package for Dennis DiValerio, a former $100,000 champion from here at Byron Dragway. And your next pair, Tony Pontillo, the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop sponsored entry from Kenosha, Wisconsin. In the black dragster right-hand side with a 475 dial-in for Tony Pontillo. His opponent, that is Jim Oliver. A purple 1966 Chevy 2 from New Lenox, Illinois. He is an aircraft mechanic with a 563 dial-in. He'll get the head start. Not quite 1 second, the difference in dial-ins. Then Pontillo will be turned loose to try to reel him in before the 8th mile finish line at the yellow flags down track. And the red light will go to Jim Oliver. 564 and 563. Dial-in Pontillo goes red. Oliver goes on to the next round. Ryan Fasano and Dale Cooter, your next pair. Cooter, the owner-operator of the Auto Shop in Valparaiso, Indiana, the only roadster we've got a competition today, and a red light start for Dale Cooter. And that'll give the win to Ryan Fasano on the left-hand side, 481 on the 484 dial-in. For Ryan Fasano, your winner over Dale Cooter, who goes red by 7 thousandths of a second in the right-hand side. Mike Schlater and Doug Cruz coming up next. Cruz on the right-hand side, 1991 Chevrolet Camaro from the Forest City of Rockford, Illinois. Closely dialed, 662 for Cruz on the right-hand side, 666 for Mike Schlater. And the 1970 Olds 442 from Cross Plains, Wisconsin. Well, a very photogenic launch for Mike Schlater. Pops up the front tires, and he'll go dead on 4. 12 on the tree. Mike Schlater puts together a statement performance here in the opening round of Super Pro Box against Doug Cruz. So a final call, Super Pro Box. All of our double entries should be in the lanes, please. All double entries should be back into the lanes, please, as we are almost through with this opening round of Super Pro Box. Kevin Robertson making the final adjustments to his Pro Charged dragster with the perfect light earlier today. He is potential buy ready and awaiting his turn at the track. Mitchell Vincent and Carla Pontillo. Your next pair. Vincent in the left-hand side, a 489 dial-in. Pontillo, the Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop entry from Kenosha, Wisconsin with a 492 dial-in. Very slight head start, going to go on the right-hand side. So they are off and running, and at the finish line, win light on a double breakout, Mitchell Vincent. He'll go 488.6 in the 489 dial-in, breaking out by 4 thousandths. Carla Pontillo, 491 with a 1 on the 492, breaking out by 9 thousandths. You do the math. 5 thou, the difference in breakouts. Mitchell Vincent is your winner, left-hand side. Next up, we've got Colin Estes and Chad Bradham, pair of drivers, both from Rockford, Illinois. Both drivers wheeling a dragster. Bradham right-hand side, he'll get the head start with a 513 dial-in. 506 the dial-in for Colin Estes in the left-hand side. Test and tune cars, be ready to go. You will follow Super Pro Box. Test and tune cars, be ready to go. You will follow Super Pro Box. Double breakout. Once again, Colin Estes comes away the winner in the left-hand side. So if you're curious, what is a breakout, much less what is a double breakout, the name of the game in bracket racing is you want to be as close to your dial-in without going under. The winner is determined by who can cross the finish line first without going quicker than their dial-in. A dial-in is essentially a prediction. Like Ryan McCann predicts that his Nova will reach the finish line in 6.88 seconds. So he'll get a head start over Zach Bosak, whose dragster can get there much quicker in about 5 1/4 seconds. So the Nova of McCann takes off, then a head start. Then here comes Zach Bosak at the finish line. Win light's going to go to Ryan McCann. He is 3 over the dial-in and your winner in the left-hand side. So in the event that you run quicker than your dial-in, that is called a breakout. Then the other car wins. Now, should both cars run underneath the dial-in, that is called a double breakout. And then the lesser of the two breakouts is your winner. Well, this one is not working out in favor of the Pavasich's. Cousins find themselves staged up here at the conclusion of this round. Eric Pavasich left-hand side and Corey Pavasich right-hand lane. They are cousins and they are racing in first round. Normally, families don't like racing each other in the early rounds, and that's going to be the case here for Eric Pavasich and Corey Pavasich. Eric will go red and Corey will advance. Corey Pavasich, 499 on the 498 dial-in, your winner on the right-hand side over his cousin Eric Pavasich. And this looks like the final pair in this opening round of Super Pro Box. The Byron Kevin Robertson making final adjustments. He will conclude the round. Then we have time for test and tune. So test and tuners, be ready in the lanes. You will follow the dragster of Kevin Robertson, who makes his way to the water box right now. So Jeremy Vangsness and Andrew D. Piazza. Okay, so Blake Vangsness doing double duty, racing his own car twice. I stand corrected. And win light's going to go to D. Piazza in the right-hand side. Both drivers with nearly identical reaction times. 10 on the tree for Vangsness, 11 on the tree for D. Piazza. D. Piazza is 2 over the dial-in. To Vangsness is 3 over the dial-in, and that is the difference. 1/100th of a second, giving the win to D. Piazza in the right-hand side. And now Kevin Robertson had a perfect light in time trials. That affords him the potential by to conclude this round. There are an odd number of cars. Nobody to be paired with, so he is collecting his buy run. Kevin Robertson goes a 4:39 elapsed time, 159 miles per hour in the heat of the day. So Test and Tune is coming out next. We got a license run for Dennis Furcus. He did some license runs out here at the World Power Wheel Standing Championships, as a matter of fact, racing in the Top Dog Shootout as well. So the Chevrolet Cobalt Jerry Haas built entry of Dennis Furcus set to do a quarter-mile license run right here. So this is an NHRA Mountain Motor Pro Stock entry. Done Right Auto, the sponsor of Furcus's Chevrolet. Chassis built by Jerry Haas. And a big power plant under the hood for Dennis Furcus. How big's the power plant, you ask? The power plant underneath 820 cubic inches of displacement for the motor under the hood of Dennis Furcus's Chevy Cobalt. Can you fathom that, Sedona? 820 cubic inches of power. Well, Dennis Furcus is going to try to lasso and control that power here with the 2009 Chevrolet Cobalt on a license run for the NHRA legal Mountain Motor entry. Burns it out to about 250 feet up there, so he's got a long ways to back it up. So in a perfect world, what they try to do is burn out directly in the path that they want to stage the car and take it down the track. Clean up the tires, but also lay a fresh patch of rubber that they can back the car into, and a good surface for that tire to mate with for optimum traction. And traction on a hot day like today, fortunately, you know, as hot as it is, we do have cloud coverage right now. So long as that cloud coverage does not turn into any sort of precipitation, that's good news. But fortunately, the cloud coverage is helping to keep that sun from beating down on the track and baking it to an even higher temperature than it already is today. So very carefully, they do the wheelie bar adjustments. Really, the wheelie bar height is so crucial in these cars because once they leave so hard as they do, the wheelie bar in some ways is what plants and steers the car for the initial launch, not knowing how quickly the front tires will come down. So they want to keep that car planted in straight off the line. So Dennis Furcus, final adjustments being made to the NHRA legal Mountain Motor Pro Stock entry. 820 cubic inches of power under the hood for Dennis Furcus of Franklin Park, Illinois. Quarter mile time for Dennis Furcus. 671, 203 miles per hour for the NHRA Mountain Motor Legal entry of Dennis Furcus. That is the top speed of the date today on a quarter-mile run for Dennis Furcus as part of the NHRA licensing procedure, and that car was straight down Broadway. What a treat it was to have that car here today, and I believe they're looking for another, maybe one or two license runs, I understand, having spoke to Dennis earlier this week and planning to come out here today. So Test and Tune continues on track. We're going to put the call out now for our no box round 2 buybacks. Buybacks round number 2 and no box. We are looking for you in the lanes, please. Round number 2, Super Pro no box buybacks to the lanes, please. Round number 2, Super Pro no box buybacks to the lanes, please. Tim Mosier. Tim Mosier, potential buy in round number 2, Super Pro no box. Tim Mosier, potential buy in round number 2, Super Pro no box. Tim Mosier can report to lane number 2, please. A hot day like today, nothing sounds quite as good as ice cream from the Dragway Diner. That would just hit the spot. And for a little upcharge, you can actually enhance that ice cream. They've got mini M&Ms or Oreos. That's right, either an Oreo topping or mini M&Ms at the Dragway Diner. Don't just get ice cream, you know, really. Kind of like these cars, you want to soup it up, give it a little extra kick, a little more power, a little more potency, if you will. So come on down to the Dragway Diner. Ice cream is available. You scream ice cream, we all scream for ice cream available at the Dragway Diner. And top it off with either an Oreo topping or even mini M&Ms. Boy, that sounds good. If you hear the microphone drop, that's me running down there to get one of those myself. The Oreo one sounds especially delicious. Do not forget that buybacks are available. Buybacks are available in Super Pro Box and No Box this Saturday and Sunday at the Blue Top Tent right beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. The Blue Top Tent right beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Buybacks are available, just $40 to buy back into Super Pro Box or No Box today. A final call for No Box. Buybacks to the lanes, please. Final call for Super Pro No Box. Buybacks to the lanes, please. Final call for Super Pro No Box buybacks and round number 2 to the lanes, please. Hey, boxcars, there is a new buy run in round number 2, and he goes by the name of Jay Allen, 349C. Jay Allen, you are the new potential buy in round number 2 in Super Pro Box. Here we go, round number 2. These are the no box buybacks in Super Pro. So the way that works is round 1, if you go out round 1, you have the opportunity to buy back into round number 2. Pull all the buybacks up first to run amongst each other. If there's an odd number of them, then they will be paired up with a winner from round number 1. But that's exclusive to round 1 buybacks only. You lose this round, that's it for the day. Kip Norup and Troy Bakey. And Bakey has an issue at the starting line. His car never breaks the beam. Norup shuts it down early. He'll coast through to a 6:52 on the 6:44 dial-in. And he will get the win on the left-hand side. Bakey. Not sure what happened there from my vantage point, but he never left the starting line. But the car's running now, and he will idle it down and make way for the second pair. Well, I know he had a shifter issue earlier in time trials, and it appears that it is a shifter issue once again at the starting line. What a shame. Some bad fortune to start the day and end the day for Troy Bakey. Next pair coming up, pair of drivers from Mount Morris, Illinois. They probably bump into each other at least once, twice a day, either at the gas station or the restaurant or wherever they may frequent in Mount Morris, Illinois. Shane Pope on the left-hand side, Matt Martin on the right-hand lane. They're off and running in a very, very good race right here. Almost identical reaction times. Win light to Matt Martin. He will go dead on 3 in the Camaro, get the win on the right-hand side. Shane Pope breaks out by 1/1000th of a second. Incredible race. Martin comes away the winner in the right-hand side. So a problem for Dan Gary and Jim Laughlin. Will advance into the next round. Laughlin went something like 15 consecutive round wins last weekend. And he's going rounds again on Saturday of this weekend. Jeff Billiter and Taylor Schleter coming up next. Pair of Chevrolets. Schleter on the left-hand side. Used to have a Vega like Billiter, not a wagon, but he's traded it in for a 1996 Chevrolet S10 that you see in the left-hand side. His opponent, Jeff Billiter, the 2020 Super Pro Track Champion from right here in Byron, Illinois. Jeff Billiter on the right-hand side. So they are off and running. What I like about Schleter's S10 with that great big rear glass right up there by the cab. You can see the shift light the whole way down as he pushes it through the gears. Win light's going to go to Jeff Billiter on a double breakout. In Carnage, attrition is certainly setting in. So we've had about 3 pairs today with some sort of a malfunction. Looks like the door. The door has come off its hinge, it appears, on John Holly's car. Who did he race in the other lane earlier today? Maybe he got the doors blown right off. But I know John's got some new fiberglass on that car in the last couple of years. Really has that thing looking sharp. So he's got a crew over there feverishly trying to get the door back on the hinge for the 68 Coronet of John Holly, the Mopar man from Marengo. And boy, they are working feverishly to try to get it on. And what a heartbreaker here for John Holly and company. And looks like the door is shut in John Holly. This looks like a Le Mans race now when they would start and have to run into the cars and buckle up. All right, make sure he takes his time, everybody. Make sure he takes his time. Safety is paramount. Incredible sportsmanship from Chris Wicker, giving John Holly plenty of time here to get the door back on his Mopar. And we might push people along here sometimes, but one thing that we do not push people along on is getting all the safety equipment on, in place, and used as designed. Well, how about that for a little bit of drama here at round number 2? John Holly answers the call. He will be up here for round number 2. John extends a big wave to Chris Wicker. A tip of the cap, if you will, thanking him for the courtesy, the sportsmanship on display. And so the Divine Concrete sponsored Buick on the left-hand side. That is Chris Wicker, a driver that took home a $10,000 championship race win about 2 weeks ago. Super Pro No Box. Even if you are not a buyback, we're looking for all Super Pro No Box to the lanes, please. Super Pro No Box to the lanes, please. Super Pro No Box to the lanes, please. Chris Wicker and John Holly. Holly and a nail biter trying to get the door back on. And despite their best efforts, the win will still go to Chris Wicker on a double breakout. Wicker in the Buick is your winner left-hand side. And it is worth noting, on the point standings, Jim Laughlin, Chris Wicker, pair of no-box entries, well ahead of the other drivers, but a big tip of the cap to the Wicker camp on a generous display of sportsmanship. You can see John Holly waving as he pulled into the water box. He knew that they did not have to wait, but racers of character and good character. What a great display of sportsmanship. Bob Dish and Mark Nettesheim, your next pair. Dish in the Vega wagon left-hand side, a 687 dial-in for Dish. 629 dial-in for Mark Nettesheim, and a right-hand side. Mitchell Vincent and Brett Williamson. Pair of Chevrolets. Williamson on the right-hand side. I believe he's been in the left lane all day today. That comes to an end right here against Vincent, who will take his lane of choice, it appears. A 593 dial-in for Vincent in the left-hand side. 672 the dial-in for Brett Williamson in the S10 pickup truck. On a double breakout, Williamson comes away the winner in the right-hand side on a double breakout. Johnny Robinson and Brando Carlson, your next pair. Carlson, left-hand side, the 1980 Chevrolet Camaro, second-gen Camaro from Montgomery, Illinois. 598 dial-in for Carlson. Johnny Robinson Fox Body Ford Mustang from Bridgeview. The 665 dial-in. Robinson's off and running. Here comes Brando. At the finish line, the Chevy. Chevy is your winner on a double breakout. If you drove the Chevy to the levee today, I'm pretty sure that the levee would be dry. As hot as it is. And you know what? They got something like 3 inches of rain over in Davis Junction yesterday. And we haven't had, we got some rain here Wednesday, but you can tell, looking at the grounds, things are a bit parched here at the Playground of Power. So no box winners, all no box cars. Round 2 should be in the lanes, please. Round 2, Super Pro no box should all be in the lanes. We are almost ready to go here. Continuing Super Pro no box. Final call, Super Pro no box. Final call, Super Pro no box, round number 2. This is round 2. These are the winners. That means we are over halfway through the opening round the second round of Super Pro no box. Hey, do not forget, the souvenir stand is open. The souvenir stand is open. BJ, I heard you. I was not ignoring you. We were doing a interview for some sort of an online TV show, so that's pretty cool. Win light's going to go to Mike in the Monte Carlo, right-hand side, 683 on the 673 dial-in, getting the win on the right-hand side over Jesse Albright. Don Schomer now, a driver who is double entered. So he's got some work to do because Don has to come back around with his second entry in this round. So Don Schumer's got 2 cars in competition still, but he will go red with this entry. John Coyle in the Chevy 2 right-hand side takes out the Maverick of Don Schomer. Don Schomer is down to 1 entry left here in Super Pro No Box. Coyle, your winner, 767 on the 768 dial-in. So once again, the souvenir stand is open. The blue top 10 right beside the Sunoco Race Fuel Station. Do we still have any of those dry fit moisture wicking shirts? And no one's listening at the souvenir stand. Crickets, Sedona, crickets are chirping at the souvenir stand. Kevin Lancaster and Kenny Norup. Closely dialed are these two. Norup in the right-hand side in the Ford. Lancaster in the Chevy. Win light to Kenny Norup. Dead on 0. Right on the money. Honey goes right on his dial-in. And is 13 on the Christmas tree. Kenny Norup in the Thunderbird, advancing to the next round of Super Pro No Box. Maureen Lancaster and Mike Southwick, your next pair. Maureen, the wife of Kevin Lancaster, who just bowed out 1 pair ago. Maureen trying to get a little redemption for the Lancaster family in round number 2. Can she do so? Well, so far, so good. They are clean green and headed down the track at the finish line. Win light to Mike Southwick. Southwick goes 646 on the 629 dial-in. And you have to marvel at all the metal flake in that Chevelle, as driven by Mike Southwick and owned and tuned by Rick Robertson. A car that truly sparkles. About to bring up now Mike Miller and Patrick Hill. Patrick Hill, the owner-operator of Chicago Waterjet, proud sponsor of Byron Dragway this season. From Arlington Heights, Illinois, comes Patrick Hill in the 1980 Chevrolet Malibu. His opponent, that is Mike Miller, driving the Manny's Pizza and Saloon sponsored 1968 Chevrolet Nova from Mount Carroll, Illinois. 629 for Miller, 662 for Patrick Hill. Red light start for Miller. And a win light to Patrick Hill. Hill, appearing to have shut it down early, goes just a 723 on the 662 dial-in. So a final call, Super Pro No Box. Final call, Super Pro No Box. Round number 2. To the lanes, please. Our double-entered car of Don Schomer has returned. That means nobody has any excuses. If Don Schomer could just run and already be back. Tori Williams and Aaron Johnson. Tori, his son TC standing at the starting line. TC, your most recent race winner in Super Pro Box. 2 weeks ago, Memorial Day weekend, looking on as Aaron Johnson gets the win in the Chevrolet Camaro right-hand side over his father of Tori Williams. Aaron Johnson is your winner right-hand side. Ed Kroll and Tristan Mold, your next pair. Mold in the right-hand side. The Temporary Insanity from Orfordville, Wisconsin. A 630 dial-in for Tristan Mold. 653 the dial-in for Ed Kroll on the left-hand side. In the Gray Beal Auto Repair 67 Chevrolet Camaro from Elgin. And by 1,000th of a second, Tristan Mold will go red. Ed Kroll comes away the winner. One over the dial-in. 654 on the 653 dial-in for Ed Kroll. Super Pro Box buybacks. We are looking for you. Super Pro Box buybacks. To the lanes, please. Super Pro Box buybacks. To the staging lanes, please. Odd left, even right. Super Pro Box buybacks. We are looking for you in the staging lanes, please. Richard Mason and Brian Dumdye. Dumdye from Sycamore. Beautiful 57 Chevy, left-hand side. Giving a head start to Richard Mason in the Buick, right-hand side. Mason's out front. Here comes Dumdye at the stripe. Win light. Richard Mason. 2 over the dial-in. 676 on the 674 dial-in. Richard Mason, your winner over Brian Dumdye. Don Schomer with entry number 2 of the round. This is his last entry remaining, and he is keeping it alive. Going 612 on the 610 dial-in. Chad Cannon breaking out to the right-hand side. Don Schomer goes 1 for 2 in round number 2. Terry Heller coming away the winner over Roger Morris. And what is the final pair of this second round in Super Pro No Box? Tim Mosier now, the so far so good. And I would add his day is getting even better. So far so good and getting even better. Tim Mosier advancing into round number 3 here by virtue of the potential buy to conclude this round of Super Pro No Box. The box cars making their way to the lanes. These are the Super Pro Box buybacks. Super Pro Box buybacks. You should be making your way to the lanes, please. Super Pro Box buybacks. You should be making your way to the lanes, please. Round 2. Super Pro Box buybacks should be making their way to the staging lanes, please. Tim Mosier, 675 on the 681 dial-in. That's a wrap. Round 2. Super Pro No Box. We will have a new buy run come round number 3. Super Pro Box round number 2. These are the buybacks. Scott McCann and Adam Sweet. Boy, we had cloud coverage up until the time we talked about cloud coverage in the tower about a minute ago. Direct sunlight now beating down on the track. Certainly going to build up some additional heat into the surface, you would imagine so. So they are off and running. Here comes Adam Sweet on a double breakout. Adam Sweet is your winner on the right-hand side. The Modern Solutions Pest Control sponsored dragster from Davis, Illinois is your winner. Adam Sweet advancing to round number 3. And next up, we have Greg Antonioni, the Pro Charged dragster from Rubicon, Wisconsin. 430 the dial-in for Antonioni on the left-hand side. Win light to Greg Antonioni, 432 on the 430 dial-in, getting the win over Buck Davenport. Scott Zimmerman coming up now, the red and black and white rear engine dragster from Waupun, Wisconsin, with a 514 dial to the left-hand side. His opponent, that is Joe Hansen, the newly retired driver from Williams Bay, Wisconsin. A 1977 Chevrolet Monza he drives at the finish line. Win light to Scott Zimmerman. Dead on 420 on the tree. Comes away the winner on the left-hand side over Joe Hansen. Jeff Larson Sr. and Matt Spurlock. Spurlock, the 18-year-old, the teenager, from Elgin, Illinois, in the Chevrolet Nova left-hand side. And Jeff Larson Sr. from Beloit, Wisconsin, to the rear engine dragster. Win light's going to go to Spurlock. The 18-year-old goes 623 on the 628 dial-in, getting the win in the left-hand side over Jeff Larson Sr. And that'll bring up Dan Kike and Monty Fisher. Pair of dragsters with a 495 dial-in for Fisher, right-hand side, 476 for Dan Kike in the left-hand lane. Again, a final call for box class buybacks, round number 2. Round number 2, box class buybacks. Final call, round number 2, box class buybacks. Should be in the lanes, please. And a win light to Dan Kike in the left-hand side. Fisher will cross the finish line first, breaks out by 0.05 of a second. And Dan Kike comes away the winner on the left-hand side over Monty Fisher. Jim Laughlin, 348L. 348L, Jim Laughlin, new potential buy in round 3. Super Pro, no box. Jim Laughlin, new potential buy in round number 3. Super Pro, no box. A red light start for Blake Vingsness. Win going to go to Ted Cannon on the right-hand side. 487.7 on the 487 dial-in. Ted Cannon goes dead on 7 and gets the win in the right-hand side. Nick Cryer and Mike Hobson, your next pair. Hobson in the right-hand lane. The Chevrolet Camaro from Freeport, Illinois. A 562 dial-in for Hobson. Cryer, 499 dial-in for the driver of the dragster from Manhattan, Illinois. Very close race off the starting line. This one could go either way at the finish line. Win light to Nick Cryer. He is 10 on the tree and dead on 2. Picking up the win over Mike Hobson here in round number 2. Cryer advances to round number 3. Next up, a very loud car. You can probably hear this one blowing out the microphone on Byron Dragway TV. Greg Rouleau, Pro Charged Dragster with the funny car style zoomy headers. 451 dial-in for Rouleau in the left-hand side. Bowden, 478 in the right-hand lane. For the Painter from Channahon, Illinois. Pair of radical cars, both with beautiful paint jobs and not a detail overlooked on either car. That sunlight is direct on the track once again. The cloud coverage has seemed to part temporarily. Red light start for Greg Rouleau. Win light. Dominic Bowden to the right-hand side. 477.7 on the 478 dial-in. Zach Bosak and Tony Pontillo, your next pair. Pontillo on the left-hand side. The Don's Auto Parts and Machine Shop entry. Out of Kenosha, Wisconsin. A 475 dial-in for Pontillo. Bosak, the A-Trends Automotive entry from Chicago, Illinois. Bosak is your winner. And Tony Pontillo, wow, he's going to be reeling from this one for a while. Pontillo goes 001 red. Bosak's light started with a number 1. That one will sting for a bit. Chad Bradham and Andrew DiPiazza. DiPiazza, the red Pontiac Firebird from Chicago, Illinois. He is in the right-hand lane, a 541 dial-in for DiPiazza. Bradham, rear engine dragster from Rockford, Illinois, a 507 dial-in for Bradham on the left-hand side. They are off. They are running. Very good race off the starting line. Win light to Chad Bradham. Dead on 4, getting the win on the left-hand side. Doug Cruz and Scott Labuddy. Cruz on the left-hand side. of Rockford, Illinois. 660 to the dial in for the Chevrolet Camaro. Labuddy in the right-hand side. 478 dial in. And the dragster right-hand lane. Close race off the starting line. This one could go either way at the finish line. The door car goes 12 on the tree and dead on 4. Doug Cruz takes out a multi-time track champion of Scott Labuddy in round number 2. And the cloud coverage rolls back in once more. A win light to Eric Pavicic to the right-hand side on a double breakout against Bruce Call. Looking for Super Pro Box Class winners. Round number 2, Super Pro Box. Round 1 winners to the lanes, please, for round number 2. Super Pro Box. Round 1 winners to the lanes, please, for round number 2. Brian Folk and Super Bill Budisoff. Super Bill on the left-hand side. And a Buick Opal. Brian Folk and a Chevrolet Camaro that he is double-entered with Forrest Lipke, I do believe. And the win line's going to go to Super Bill on a double breakout. 630 with a 5 on the 631 dial-in. Folk was 005 on the Christmas tree. He got there first. Room to spare. Breaks it out. Super Bill advances to the next round. Bill Curtis and Dale Cooter. Cooter, the lone roadster in competition today, a Pontiac Firebird Roadster, forever young, it says on the side. And that's how he feels when he wheels this car down the track. His opponent, Bill Curtis Jr., with a 501 dial-in on the left-hand side, 538 dial-in right lane for Dale Cooter. Win light to Bill Curtis Jr. 006 reaction time, 506 and a 501 dial-in. Cooter breaks out. Curtis goes on to round number 3. So again, we are looking for the round 1 winners from Super Pro Box. The round 1 winners from Super Pro Box to the lanes, please, for round number 2. Sedona, nothing sounds quite right on this day, quite like a ice cream from the diner. I believe they've got ice cream soft serve served in either a cup or a cone. And new today, some toppings you can add to your ice cream. Your choice. You could either get mini M&Ms or an Oreo topping. And boy, on a hot day like today, nothing sounds quite as good as a ice cream from the Dragway Diner, now with some new toppings today, including mini M&Ms or an Oreo topping. And wow, wouldn't that just hit the spot on a hot day like today? So we are getting our winners all set and organized in the lanes here. Brian Hampton will be pulling them out here any second now. As we continue, we're at about the halfway point now of round number 2 in Super Pro Box. Potential buy, Jay Allen finds his way to lane number 2, and he and his wife find a shade as well. A little bit of refuge there, a little shelter in lane number 1 under the staging director's tent. Always good to see the Allens. All right, Brian Hampton, as soon as you are ready, we are ready. Once the drivers are suited up and set to go. And we continue round number 2, Super Pro Box. Colin Estes and Brandon Phillips, two of the rising stars of the category. Pair of 20-something-year-old drivers. Phillips on the right-hand side from Fulton, Illinois. A 525 dial-in for young Brandon Phillips, his opponent. That is Colin Estes of Rockford, Illinois, a driver that is doing double duty today, racing this car not once but twice. 506 dial-in for Colin Estes, left-hand side. 525 dial-in for Brandon Phillips in the right-hand lane. And we've got, again, direct sunlight beating down on the track as the mercury continues to climb in the thermometer. Close race off the starting line. One of the best we have seen all day today. And Colin Estes will be your winner. Check it out. He is 006 at the starting line. Dead on to 8 thou, the total package for Colin Estes. Your winner on the left-hand side. Brandon Phillips was 004 on the tree, but he breaks out. Estes is your winner, left-hand lane. That'll now bring up Tanner Folk and Ed the Boss Man Bousman. Bousman, right-hand side, 633 dial-in in the Chevrolet S10 pickup truck from Comanche, Iowa. 684 the dial-in for Tanner Folk on the left-hand side. A farmer from Rock City, Illinois. And win light's going to go to Ed Bousman as he is dead on 4. And Tanner Folk goes red by 2 thousandths of a second. That's right, 002 red for Tanner Volk. Here comes your next pair, Jim Laughlin and Derek Dignitz. Dignitz's father, Dion, was a finalist in the $10,000 to win race 2 weeks ago. Derek looking to recreate some of that Dignitz magic again here this weekend. In his way, though, is a $10,000 champion from 2 weeks ago. That is Gentleman Jim Laughlin. Drove that Malibu in a no-box configuration to the $10,000 win. Actually drove it for a 15-round consecutive win streak 2 weeks ago. But it looks like Laughlin's in trouble this time as Dignitz gets a big starting line advantage and backs it up by going dead on 8. Derek Dignitz starting line advantage, and then he goes 5 flat with an 8 on the 500 dial-in. Brett Williamson and Nick Van Beek, your next pair, a classic Ford versus Chevy matchup. Williamson in the Ford Thunderbird, left-hand side out of Rockford, Illinois, with a 572 dial-in for Brett Williamson. Van Beek, 517 dial-in, right-hand lane, for the Michigan-based Camaro in the right-hand side. And Van Beek will go red. Brett Williamson will come away the winner on the left-hand side. 568 on the 572 dial-in for Brett Williamson. So a final call, all boxcars. Round 2 should be in the lanes, all boxcars. Round 2 should be in the lane. A final call, all boxcars. Round number 2 should be in the staging lanes, please. Christine Malik and Corey Pavicic. Pavicic on the right-hand side. Squared off against his cousin in the opening round, Eric Pavicic. Corey was the winner. He finds himself here running with the winners this round. Christine Malik, the mother of 3 from Beloit, Wisconsin, into the left-hand lane. And Corey Pavicic will be the winner, going dead on 0 on the right-hand side and picking up the win over Christine Malik. Brent Vincent and Josh Goyke, pair of local drivers at the starting line. Vincent from right here in Byron, Illinois. A 628 dial-in for Vincent. Goyke from Stillman Valley. Still probably within earshot, depending which way the wind blows at the Dragway. Win light's going to go to Brent Vincent. Dead on 0, 14 on the tree. He is the winner. This race entirely decided at the starting line. Both drivers go dead on 0. 16 on the tree for Goyke, 14 on the tree for Vincent. That's it. The starting line decided that race entirely, as both drivers were dead on 0, but Vincent 2 thou better at the Christmas tree. Coming up next, we've got Shane Pope and Machine Gun Kelly Spears. Spears on the right-hand side, a 541 dial-in. Excuse me, this is why I need to look out the window and not look at a screen, Sedona. My screen time is a little bit high today, you might say. DiPiazza, Andrew DiPiazza, sharing a car number with what used to be a Kelly Spears number, apparently. That's what's in the computer. 541 for Andrew DiPiazza on the right-hand side. Shane Pope of Mount Morris, Illinois, 477 dial-in on the left-hand side. And I would recommend, Sedona, have you spent much time in Mount Morris? A charming downtown. Nice community. They got a great big stage for like outdoor concerts and a great big Let freedom ring bell there in the town square. And they might be letting the bell ring for Shane Pope at the end of the day today, should he go the distance. He's making a case as he goes to round number 3 with that performance over Andrew Di Piazza. We should commission that. We should get in contact with somebody from the city of Mount Morris, and whenever a driver from Mount Morris wins a race, they should let that freedom ring bell ring over Mount Morris to celebrate. Kind of like when Bill Elliott wins, or Chase Elliott wins, they ring the siren at the pool hall. We need something in all these communities that lets everyone know when their hometown driver wins a race. And if I have to, I'll go to Mount Morris myself and ring the bell if that's what it takes. Bruce Van Stratton and Ryan Fasano. Double breakout. Bruce Van Stratton is your winner. 509 of the 510 dial-in on a double breakout. Mitchell Vincent and Ed Nemec coming up now. Vincent on the left-hand side, a 488 dial-in for Mitchell on the left-hand side, and 535 dial-in for Ed and Nemec on the right-hand side. As we are almost through this second round of Super Pro Box. Test and tune cars to the lanes, please. Test and tune cars to the lanes, please. Your opportunity is coming up very, very soon. Test and tune cars to the lanes, please. Red light start for Mitchell Vincent by 0.02 of a second. And Ed Nemec is your winner, right-hand side. Ryan McCann and Steve Klotz, pair of Chevrolets. Win light to Ryan McCann. He'll go 689 on the 688 dial-in. And he is your winner over Steve Klotz in the Vega. Tim Folker and Kevin Schwartz. Another pair of Chevrolets. Schwartz on the right-hand side from Rockford, Illinois. That is a Chevrolet Malibu with a 737 dial-in. His opponent, Tim Folker, the two-tone 1972 Chevrolet Corvette from Freeport. 650 dial-in for Folker, trying to catch Kevin Schwartz. This one's close off the starting line, and it's close at the finish line. Win light to Tim Folker. He is 2 over the dial-in. Schwartz gets their first, breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Win light, Tim Folker, left-hand lane. Brad Antonioni and Jim Oliver staging up. Oliver in the door car, a 564 dialer of the Chevy 2, and Brad Antonioni 486 in the dragster tower side. Another race that is too close to call from the tower. One that could go either way. It's going to fall in favor of Jim Oliver. 009 reaction time and dead on 7. Oliver scoring the win over Brad Antonioni. 008 light for Antonioni, 009 for Jim Oliver. That's how close this one was off the starting line. Oliver goes dead on 7, comes away the winner. Pair of fast hot rods at the starting line. One is Pro-Charged, the other Supercharged. Pro-Charged entry, that is Kevin Robertson, right-hand side. 440 dial-in from Port Washington, Wisconsin. His opponent, Dennis DiValerio, out of Algonquin. Supercharged entry with a 466 dial-in. So DiValerio will leave first, but here comes Robertson at the finish line. Win light, Dennis DiValerio, 1 over the dial-in, 20 on the tree. Kevin Robertson was dead on 4, but left too much at the starting line. Win light, Dennis DiValerio, because when you cut the light, you dictate the race. That's the case right here for Dennis DiValerio, getting the win over Kevin Robertson. Test and tune to the lanes, please. Test and tune. This is your opportunity. Test and tune. To the lanes, please. Tim Vincent and Mike Schlater, your next pair. Schlater on the right-hand side. 665 the dial-in for Schlater. Paging BJ Vangsness to the staging lanes, please. BJ to the lanes, please. Tim Vincent, Mike Schlater at the finish line. Tim Vincent is 004, 1 over the dial. He is your winner over Mike Schlater. As Schlater breaks out by 2 thou, Vincent is your winner. Paging BJ Vangsness to the staging lane area. So, Jay Allen, your potential buy coming into this round. Even number of cars, so he is now paired up with Colin Estes. Estes in his second run of this round because he is a double-entered dragster. Same driver, same car, running it twice. If memory serves me right, he won earlier against Brandon Phillips, I do believe. So can Estes keep 2 entries going into round number 3? Let me tell you what, he's got a tough customer on the left-hand side. Jay Allen has been a monster on the tree all day, and this car rarely wavers off the dial-in. Flip a coin, it's that close at the finish line. Double breakout. Jay Allen comes away the winner. And Jay Allen will carry the bye into round number 3 of Super Pro Box. Test and tune, you're coming out next. Test and tune, you're coming out next. Round 3, no box. Round 3, no box. We need round number 3 of no box. Round 3, no box to the lanes, please. Jim Laughlin, 348L. 348L, Jim Laughlin. Your potential buy to lane 2, please. Jim Laughlin, potential buy to the lanes, please. Lane number 2, Jim Laughlin, 348L, potential buy. Round 3, no box. Round 3, Super Pro, no box to the lanes, please. Well, shutting it off early, 1075, 87 miles per hour. I will have you know he was going 107 at the 8th, just to give you some scope that he was well out of the throttle on that sled. But show of hands, who thought that they'd wake up on a 90-degree day and see a snowmobile racing today? I haven't seen one hand go up. Hey, some clarification on the staging lanes. Some clarification on the staging lanes. We had a lot of cars that all wanted the same lane. At the conclusion of Super Pro Box, we have listened to the racers. And the conclusion that was drawn is that racers want to be pulled out of the lanes front to back. Front to back. So rather than chipping from one lane and then pulling from another, cars will be pulled front to back when we get to a point. Now, when we get to a point that all the cars at the end of the class all want the same lane. Well, we know that it's a two-lane track. You can't all have the same lane. So when we get to an instance where we no longer have cars that can run in both lanes, we want everybody to have their lane choice, but not always possible. When we had about a dozen cars that all wanted the same lane. In that case, we pull front to back in the first lane, then move over to the next, front to back, move over to the next, front to back. So rather than chipping from one lane to the next, we'll just pull them out front to back. So in an instance where you've got all the cars that want the same lane, we'll pull them out front to back where we will chip the first car or the second car gets lane choice. Those pair move forward. Then the next pair you determine either the first car or second car based on chip gets lane choice and so on and so forth. So pretty simple. Try to keep things moving along. Brian Hampton, looks like we've got some pairs of cars. We'll go ahead and send them out. Kip Norup and John Coyle. Kicking off round number 3 in Super Pro No Box. Norup on the left-hand side, Coyle in the right-hand lane. Head start's going to go to Coyle, right-hand side. 767 is his dial-in. He's out front. He's off. He's running. At the finish line, win light to Kip Norup. 646 on the 643 dial-in. Kip Norup is your winner on the right-hand side. Tim Mosier and Mike in the Monte Carlo coming up. An almost identical dial-in, 676 for Mosier, 673 for Mike. But they are not nearly identical reaction times. As the so far so good Chevrolet Camaro of Tim Mosier will come away the winner on a double breakout, picking up the win over Mike the Hipster. Don Schomer now, the Maverick from Oswego, Illinois. 610 dial-in left-hand side, paired up with Patrick Hill, the owner-operator of Chicago Waterjet. From Arlington Heights, Illinois. 1980 model Chevrolet Malibu for Patrick Hill on the right-hand side. And a win light to Don Schomer, who was double entered and finds himself now in his last entry going rounds. He'll advance to round number 4. Hey, we got a special shout out on Byron Dragway TV. Hello to Wendy Griffey. Tuned in and watching. She says hi, Sedona and Randy. So thank you to Wendy. Wendy Griffey tuned in and watching, and she is watching another double breakout. Gosh, stop me if I sound like a broken record, Camden, but another double breakout. Chris Wicker coming out the winner of this one over Matt Martin. Ed Kroll and Aaron Johnson, pair of Chevrolet Camaros, staging up at the starting line. 8 gears removed from the factory. 67 model for Kroll, 75 model for Johnson. Head start to Ed Kroll, Tower Side, the Gray Bale Auto Service sponsored entry. He is a college professor, by the way. Can he teach Aaron Johnson a lesson here today? We're going to find out. If Johnson gets in time, just in the nick of time, he gets it staged. Red line for Ed Kroll. And just like that, the student becomes the teacher. Aaron Johnson getting the win over Ed Kroll. And now your next pair. Brett Williamson and Terry Heller. Heller on the right-hand side at a Chevrolet Vega from Morrison, Illinois. 680 dial-in for Heller on the right-hand side. Paired up with Brett Williamson, the 23-year-old from Rockford, Illinois. Describes himself as an occupation as a cowboy. Brett Williamson. Well, they're motorcycle guys, so a steel horse they ride, right? Not that I'm trying to quote John Bon Jovi or anything in the tower. That would be not my intention. Close race between Brett Williamson and Terry Heller. Nearly identical reaction times. And at the finish line, Terry Heller, a former Pro Eliminator track champion, will come away the winner on the right-hand side. Next pair, Brando Carlson and Mike Southwick. Super Pro Box. Box cars. Round 3 to the lanes, please. Super Pro Box. Round 3 to the lanes, please. Super Pro Box. Round number 3. Looking for you to the lanes, please. Double entered cars to the head, please. Double entered cars to the head of the lanes, please. Super Pro Box. Double entries to the head of the lanes, please, at this time. So Brando Carlson to Mike Southwick. Head on down the 8th mile. Win light's going to go to Southwick on the right-hand side. A double 03 reaction time. 6:32 on the 6:30 dial-in. Rick Robertson owned and tuned Chevelle goes on to the next round with Mike Southwick doing the driving duties. Well, this ought to be a good one right here. Jeff Billiter and Richard Mason. Two tough customers. Billiter left-hand side, the Vega wagon from Byron, Illinois. Your most recent Super Pro track champion. Richard Mason in the Buick, always a competitor. And this battle of the heavyweights is living up to the billing. At the finish line, win line's going to go to Richard Mason. Mason is 001 on the Christmas tree and 1 over the dial-in. And he will come away the winner on the right-hand side. Richard Mason over Jeff Billiter. Kenny Norup and Mark Nedeshheim. Final pair this third round of competition in Super Pro No Box. Box cars, we are looking for you. Box cars, we are looking for you. In round number 3, Super Pro Box. To the staging lanes, please. And Mark Nedeshheim gets the win. Kenny Norup goes red by 5 thousandths of a second. And Gentleman Jim Laughlin, one of our 3 $10,000 champions from 2 weeks ago, is at the starting line. So there will be a new buy come round number 4, Super Pro No Box. Gentleman Jim Laughlin dead on 1. Bruce Van Stratton and Ed Bousman. This is round number 3 of Super Pro Box. Van Stratton on the left-hand side, a 509 dial-in. Ed Bousman, 632 on the right-hand side. Wind light, Bruce Van Stratton, check it out. He is double 08 on the tree, dead on 8 at the stripe. Do the math, it's 16 thousandths total package for Bruce Van Stratton in the left-hand side. Do you ever notice that when you do like one of those automated calling places that they'll have a robot person? I am talking right now. That they have the fake keyboard sound in the background. Does anybody buy that? Does anybody believe it? You're talking to a robot. Why do they have to pretend like they're typing something? I don't get it. Colin Estes and Ted Cannon. We might have to bring back the wireless mic again, as in the old days. That is it. Thank you, Camden. Both drivers pushing it very, very hard. A little too hard, though, for Colin Estes. He is 004 red. Ted Cannon, 001 green. This is Super Pro. This is Saturday. This is $3,000 to win, and you can tell that right here in just this round alone, the competition has ratcheted it up at least 1, maybe 2 more notches. Dan Kiken, Super Bill Beautisoft. 631 dial-in for Super Bill on the right-hand side. His wife, Super Dawn, looking on. 477 for Dan Kiken on the left-hand side. The welder from Brandon, Wisconsin. Big head start here for Super Bill. About a second and a half. He's at about the 75-foot mark before Dan Kike is turned loose. Here comes the dragster. And the dragster runs out of real estate. Super Bill Beautisoft gets there first by 9 thousandths of a second and gets the win. Dan Kike was dead on 7. Super Bill was better at the tree. You cut the light, you dictate the race. This is Adam Sweet, a.k.a. Sugar, as I'm told. The Sweetness. Oh, that was Walter Payton. Well, it is a bittersweet round number 3. Red light start for Adam Sweet. Win light for Ryan McCann on the left-hand side. Dead on 0. And 10 on the tree. Ryan McCann advancing in round number 4 Super Pro Box. That'll bring up now Shane Pope and Dominic Bowden. Almost heads up. 478 for Pope on the left-hand side. 479 for Dominic Bowden in the right-hand side. 100th separates them in the dial-in. And carefully they go through their staging procedures. Staged up and ready to go. Wow, another incredible drag race. This one's going to go to Shane Pope, who was trip, zip, green. Perfect off the starting line. And dead on 9. Getting the win. Dominic Bowden was dead on 0. 16 on the tree. What a drag race. So dead on 9, 16 on the tree, 000, dead on 0. 16 minus 9, 7 thou. That's the difference right there. We'll do the computer sound. Just like the automated, just like your automated robocalls. Dennis DiValerio and Corey Pavicic. 497 dial-in for Pavicic to the right-hand side. 466 for Dennis DiValerio. The $100,000 champion from about 3 years ago advances into the next round. Dennis DiValerio, 468 on the 466 dial-in. Pavicic was 3 over the dial-in. DiValerio 2 over the dial-in and better at the tree. He'll come away the winner left-hand side. Bill Curtis Jr. doing the driving duties left-hand side. A 510 dial-in for Curtis. Zach Bosak, a young, probably 20-something-year-old driver on the right-hand side. 528 dial-in for Bosak. Finds himself here in round number 3 of competition on a $3,000 to win Super Pro bracket race at Byron Dragway. Bill Curtis, 510 dial-in left-hand side. Watchful eye of car owner Winnebago Walt Gray on the left-hand side. Final call, Super Pro box. Final call, Super Pro box. Should be in the lanes, please. So a problem for Bosak. The car never leaves the starting line. Bill Curtis Jr. recognizes the problem, and he'll just ease it on down the track. 623 on the 510 dial-in. 007 green for Bill Curtis Jr. And he will come away the winner in the left-hand side. Pair of door cars coming up next. A Chevrolet Corvette from Ed Nemick. And Jim Oliver, the aircraft mechanic. And a beautiful purple 66 Chevy 2 from New Lenox, Illinois. Ed Nemick, Jim Oliver, pair of door cars. Wow, a couple of pairs of door cars going back to back right here. We got a pair of 91 Chevrolet Camaros for Brent Vincent and Doug Cruz on deck in the water box. A pair of quick door slammers. Close dial-ins. 565 for Oliver on the right-hand side. 535 for Nemick in the left-hand side. And they are close off the starting line. Too close to call once again. Win's going to go to Jim Oliver. So Nemick was 004 on the tree. Jim Oliver 007. Nemick gets there first, breaks out by 0.03 of a second. Jim Oliver 1 over the dial-in, gets the win on the right-hand side. Coming up next, pair of 1991 Chevrolet Camaros, 1 from Byron, 1 from Rockford. The Byron driver, left-hand side, that is Brent Vincent. 628 is his dial-in. Going to give a head start to Doug Cruz. The maroon, or burgundy, if you will. Chevrolet Camaro, right-hand side from Rockford. Pair of green lights at the finish line. Win light to Doug Cruz, going dead on 2 and scoring the win. Final call, Super Pro box. Final call, Super Pro box, round number 3. Final call, round number 3, Super Pro box to the lanes, please. Final call, round 3, Super Pro box. Final call, round 3, Super Pro box to the lanes, please. Scott Zimmerman and Eric Pavicic. Coming up next, Pavicic with a 492 dial-in on the dragster right-hand side. Zimmerman dialed in at a 514. Maybe half a dozen pairs or more left to go. Jay Allen carried the bye into this round. And win light to Eric Pavicic, going dead on 5 on the right-hand side, getting the win over Scott Zimmerman. Nick Cryer from Manhattan, Illinois, coming up in the black dragster with green flames on the left-hand side. A 498 dial-in for Cryer, left-hand side. His opponent is Tim Folker in a 1972 Chevrolet Corvette from Freeport, Illinois. 650 dial-in the vet of Folker. Getting a second and a half head start. But a red light for Folker is going to get a win to Nick Cryer. Nick Cryer is 5 flat with a 7 on a 498 dial-in. And he'll come away the winner as Folker goes red on the Byron Hill side of the racetrack. That will now bring up Derek Dignitz and Brett Williamson. Williamson on the right-hand side, 569 in dial-in, and the Ford Thunderbird from Rockford, Illinois. Car owner Randall Good looking on. Derek Dignitz all the way from Slinger, Wisconsin. He's in the left-hand side, measuring up his opponent as he looks over. Trying to pick his spot on that Thunderbird. The Thunderbird goes in first. Dignitz carefully advances forward. And we've got direct sunlight once more today. Cloud coverage kind of coming and going. It looks like we're going to have a lot less cloud coverage as the day goes on. A win light here to Derek Dignitz. Both drivers go dead on 7. But Derek Dignitz was 10 on the tree to Brett Williamson's 24. And that will determine everything. Test and tune to the lanes, please. Test and tune to the staging lanes, please. Test and tune to the staging lanes, please. You will follow Super Pro Box. Test and tune to the staging lanes, please. You will follow Super Pro Box. Test and tune to the staging lanes, please. You follow Super Pro Box. Chad Bradham in the left-hand lane. Matt Spurlock in the right-hand lane. A red light start for Spurlock and a win light to Chad Bradham in the left-hand side. Going dead on 1 in double 08. Chad Bradham is your winner in the left-hand lane. Your final pair to conclude this round. Jay Allen comes into this round as the potential bye. Even number of entries, so he is paired up once again. Almost heads up. 505 dial-in for Tim Vincent in the right-hand lane. 506 dial-in for Jay Allen in the left-hand lane. And at the finish line, double breakout, win light to Jay Allen. He will carry the bye once more into round number 4. Almost identical reaction times, 28 on the tree for Allen, 25 for Vincent. Jay Allen, 505 with a 3, breaking out by 7 thousandths. Tim Vincent breaking out by about 14 thousandths, going 503, 6 out of 505 dial, and that's a wrap for round number 3. Jay Allen carries the bye into round number 4. Test and tune is on track now, so test and tune. If you're looking for another hit, test and tune to the staging lanes, please. Richard Mason, 386, car number 386. Richard Mason, potential bye in round number 4 of Super Pro No Box. Richard Mason, car number 386, potential bye in round number 4 of Super Pro No Box. Hey, last call for souvenirs. Last call for souvenirs. Camden, do they still have some of those moisture-wicking dry fit shirts? They do. They do. Wow. New colors and sizes. I've just gotten word in from pit reporter number 2. New colors, new sizes available down at the souvenir tent. They will be closing how soon, Camden? Within the next 15 minutes. Well, probably took you a minute to climb the stairs, so it might be down to 14 minutes or less. And on a hot day and a hot weekend, boy, why would you want to wear that old-fangled cotton when you could get the moisture-wicking, dry-fit, space-age type material shirts that they have down there? And Camden, you demonstrated last week down on the starting line just the range of mobility, frictionless apparel available while supplies last and while the souvenir stand remains open for about another 14 minutes at this time. Also, another good announcement, Dragway Diner serving ice cream with toppings today. You can get either an Oreo topping on it or a mini M&M topping. So make sure on a hot day like today, you swing on down to the Dragway Diner and pick up some ice cream. Soft serve ice cream, either in a dish or on a cone. Take your pick. They've got both. Super Pro, no box, no box. Round number 4 to the lanes, please. Super Pro, no box. Round 4 to the lanes, please. Richard Mason, potential buy. Richard Mason, potential buy. Please report to staging lane number 2. Richard Mason, lane number 2. Super Pro, no box. Round 4 to the lanes, please. This is Dennis Furcus. Needs a moderate run right here in the 2009 Chevrolet Cobalt. Mountain Motor Pro Stock entry from the NHRA. Had a Dorito stuck in my throat there, Sedona. Apologies for that. 820 cubic inches of displacement. With a power plant under the hood, the Done Right Auto sponsored 2009 Chevrolet Cobalt of Dennis Furcus from Franklin Park, Illinois. Looking to click off a moderate run right here. Not probably going to go the full quarter mile on this license run. And we'll shut it off just before the 1,000 foot pops the laundry. It has not been a good last 5 minutes for Mr. Announcer up here. 7:14, 937 miles per hour for Dennis Furcus. What happens, Sedona, is I start saying a word, then I got another one in my mind. And I was thinking about parachute when I said foot. And that's how you get foot. I'm just being honest. No box, round 4. No box, round 4. To the lanes, please. No box, round 4. To the lanes, please. Richard Mason, 386. He is in lane 2. Boxcars, round 4 to the lanes, please. Boxcars, round 4 to the lanes, please. Jay Allen continues to carry the bye. Jay Allen to lane number 2. Super Pro Box, round 4 to the staging lanes, please. Well, round 4 of no box is ready at the starting line. Tim Mosier and Mark Nettesheim in a pair of Chevrolet Camaros leading off the round. Mosier left-hand lane. So far, so good. That's the name of the car. His day keeps getting better and better. Just how good can it get? At the finish line, that's about as good as it will get today. Mark Nettesheim comes away the winner on the right-hand side. A 002 reaction time. 6:27.5 on the 6:24 dial. And Mark Nettesheim is your winner right-hand side. Gentleman Jim Laughlin coming up next, and Aaron Johnson. Another pair of Chevys. Johnson, a 6:35 dial into the Camaro, right-hand side from Polo, Illinois. Laughlin, 78 Chevrolet Malibu from Albany, Wisconsin, with a 6:56 dial-in. So a head start for Laughlin on the left-hand side. Your second pair of cars in this 4th round of competition. Box cars, we are looking for you. Super Pro Box cars, we are looking for you. And a win light to Aaron Johnson. Johnson was better at the tree, 3 over the dial-in. Laughlin 1 over the dial-in. And that'll give you some scope of how much better Johnson's reaction time was in relation to Jim Laughlin. So Aaron Johnson marches on to round number 5. And that'll now bring up Kip Norup and Chris Wicker. Wicker on the right-hand side. The Buick from Machesney Park, Illinois. 710 dial-in for Wicker. Kip Norup, 647 dial-in for the Ford Thunderbird from Byron, Illinois. At the finish line, win light to Kip Norup. He is 006 on the Christmas tree and dead on 9. 15,000 total package for your winner, Kip Norup, left-hand side. Don Schomer coming up now, a 610 dial-in in the Maverick from Oswego, Illinois. His opponent, Terry Heller from Morrison. Hometown of one Arnie the Farmer, Beswick. 679 the dial-in for Terry Heller in the Vega. A former Pro Eliminator track champion right here at Byron Dragway. So they are off and running. Pair of green lights, advantage to Heller on the right-hand side. He will come away the winner, going dead on 5 and 14 on the tree. Terry Heller advances to the next round. And Richard Mason. Potential buy coming into this round. Even number of cars, an even 10 in this round. Finds himself paired up now with Mike Southwick in the 70 Chevelle, as owned by Rick Robertson of Robertson Construction. And at the finish line, both drivers seem to be playing the finish line quite a bit. Richard Mason will come away the winner in an interesting race. Southwick was 007. James Bond Green off the starting line. And on a double breakout, Southwick gets there first, breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. Richard Mason breaks out by 2 thousandths of a second. That's the difference right there, 2 thou. The difference in breakouts. Richard Mason carrying the buy into the next round. So 14 cars remain at this point in Super Pro Box Class competition. Jay Allen finding a permanent home there in staging lane number 2. He might be dropping some lawn chairs underneath the tent at the rate he's been carrying the potential buy. Jay, you're welcome to move the headset if you'd like to use the stool under the tent. So we'll hold tight here for a minute, waiting on all of our Super Pro box class entries to arrive. 14 cars in total we are looking for at this point. Richard Mason carries the bye in Super Pro no box come round number 5. And burnouts are complete for your first pair of Super Pro box entries. Bill Curtis Jr. and Ted Cannon leading the way. Cannon on the right-hand side, a 487 dial in the right lane for the dragster from Rochelle, Illinois. Bill Curtis, he himself hailing from Woodstock, Illinois. Car owner, Winnebago Walt Gray from, you guessed it, Winnebago, Illinois. 505 dial-in for Curtis on the left-hand side. 487 dial-in for Ted Cannon in the right-hand lane. And the first pair, round 4, win line's going to go to Ted Cannon. Dead on 3, Ted Cannon is your winner over Bill Curtis. Curtis was 005 on the Christmas tree, but 3 over the dial-in. Ted Cannon lights the win light, and he'll be back for round number 5. Bruce Van Straten and Eric Pavicic coming up next. Pavicic on the right-hand side, a 492 dial-in for the dragster from Polo, Illinois. Journeyman lineman gets dispatched all over the country when the bad weather moves in. The power lines get knocked down. Eric Pavicic gets called up, and he puts the power lines back up and restores the power. 492 dial-in for Eric Pavicic. 509 for Bruce Van Straten in the left-hand side. Extremely close race at the starting line and at the finish line. Win light, Bruce Van Straten goes dead on 5, getting the win. 20 on the tree for Bruce Van Straten. Pavicic was 21. Pavicic won almost 2 over the dial-in. Van Straten goes dead on 5, and he's going on to round number 5. Ryan McCann and Jim Oliver, pair of Chevrolets, staged up. I think the only pair of door cars we have seen this round. Dragster, the popular car of choice here late in eliminations. So McCann is in the left-hand side. in the Novo, the 688 dial-in. His opponent is Jim Oliver. The aircraft mechanic from New Lenox, Illinois, a 566 dial-in for Oliver, 688 the dial-in for Ryan McCann. And Ryan McCann is your winner. Red light start for Jim Oliver. Ryan McCann takes it out the back door. 687.3 on the 688 dial-in. And the McCann Mobile will be back around for round number 5. Shane Pope and Doug Cruz. Yeah, the starting line, Pope at the left-hand side, a 477 dial-in. Doug Cruz, 659 in the right lane. Starting line advantage goes to Shane Pope, and so does the win light. Dead on 5. Shane Pope is your winner. Doug Cruz was dead on 3. But Pope a little bit better at the starting line. That is really the deciding factor, and he is your winner in the dragster left-hand side. Dennis DiValerio and Super Bill Butasol. A red light start for Super Bill and Dennis DiValerio. Gets the win. 1 over the dial-in. 467 on the 465 dial-in. Dennis DiValerio is your winner. Two pairs remain. Even number of cars. So Jay Allen still will not collect that Byron. Can he carry it another round? We're going to find out here in just a minute or so. But first, Nick Cryer and Chad Bradham. They've completed their burnouts. Rolling forward to the pre-stage beams. Cryer in the left-hand side. A frequent racer from Route 66 Raceway. Lives right there in Manhattan, Illinois. $4.99 the dial-in for Cryer. A former track champion at Joliet. Chad Bradham on the right-hand side from Rockford, Illinois. At the finish line, win light to Nick Cryer. Closest race of the day today, bar none. 6/10,000ths of a second is the margin of victory for Nick Cryer. That's .0006. Your margin of victory for Nick Cryer to the left-hand side. So Jay Allen and Derek Dignitz, your final pair. Allen has carried the by the last, let me see, he had it potentially in round 2, round 3, now we're in round 4. If he gets by this round, and assuming all cars come back for the next round, there would be an odd number of cars, but can he get to round number 5? Standing in his way is Derek Dignitz from Slinger, Wisconsin. He's in the right lane. $4.99 dial-in for Dignitz, $5.05 for Jay Allen. Test and tune, the track is yours. Test and tune. To the lanes, please. Test and tune. The track is yours. Win light to Jay Allen. He'll carry the by once more, going dead on 1. 5.051 on the 5.05 dial-in. Pam Allen might as well just go over to the blue tent and wait for Jay to come back. Bill Budisoff, Super Bill, is in need of a tow back to his pit area. His car will not start. It time slip. If anybody has a golf cart with a tow strap that could assist Super Bill Budisoff back to his pit, I understand that he is in need. And it looks like Super Dawn will respond with their own golf cart. Looks like she's got the message loud and clear. And Super Dawn going to retrieve her husband from time slips. Attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. High stakes, box and no box. Gamblers race, high stakes gamblers race. Slow down. There's plenty of room. It'll turn into a demolition derby, BJ. That's what we've created here. $100, that is the entry fee. $100 is the entry fee. A second call for test and tune cars. Second call for test and tune cars. If we've got any test and tune cars looking for a run, this is your opportunity. Test and tune cars, we are looking for you. We still have availability in the high stakes gamblers box. No box. Spots are available still in box. Spots are also still available in no box. $100 entry fee for the high stakes gamblers race. And we still have entries available in box and no box. Test and tune, test and tune. Once again, test and tune. Test and tune. We have track time for you. Test and tune, test and tune. To the lanes, please. If you're looking to make some runs, test and tune, this is your opportunity. No box, round 5 to the lanes, please. No box, round 5 to the lanes, please. Richard Mason continues to carry the bye. Super Pro, no box. We are looking for you to the lanes, please. One spot remains in Super Pro box, high stakes, gamblers. One spot remains in box class, high stakes, gamblers. And several available in no box. Kind of a lackluster response in no box. Come on, no box, you can do better than this. Looking for more no box, high stakes entries, please. Looking for one more no box entry. One more no box entry we are waiting for. Super Pro no box round number 4. I think we're looking for Kip Norup. Looking for Kip Norup to the lanes, please. Paging Derek Dignitz. Paging Derek Dignitz to the tower, please. Paging Derek Dignitz to the tower, please. And Kip Norup to the lanes. Looks like that's our lone car we're missing. Kip Norup. Paging Kip Norup. Staging lanes, please, for round number 5 of Super Pro No Box. Box cars, round number 5 to the lanes, please. Box cars, round 5 to the lanes, please.
High stakes.
High stakes. Sign up in the tower, please. High stakes spots are available still in the tower. Stop upstairs. High stakes spots still available in the tower. Round 5, boxcars to the lanes, please. Round 5, boxcars to the lanes, please. And if I sound like a broken record, Jay Allen, you still carry the bye. This is round number 5, Super Pro no box. Kip Norup and Terry Heller leading things off. Norup in the Ford Thunderbird left-hand side, a 6:45 dial-in for Norup. 6:79 for Terry Heller in the Vega. Right-hand side from Morrison, Illinois. Good race off the starting line. At the finish line, who will it be? It's going to be Kip Norup. 0.08 of a second, the margin of victory for Norup in the Thunderbird. He's won over the dial-in. 20 on the tree. Kip Norup advancing to round number 6. Aaron Johnson and Mark Nettesheim. Nettesheim on the right-hand side. Chevrolet Camaro from Heartland, Wisconsin. 6:24 dial-in for Nettesheim, right-hand side. Aaron Johnson, 6:36 in the left-hand lane. In the 75 model Chevrolet Camaro, left-hand lane from Polo, Illinois. A battle of the Camaros between Aaron Johnson and Mark Nettesheim. Attention to our high-stakes racers. We'll take you to the lanes, please. High-stakes racers to the lanes, please. No box, lanes 7 and 8. No box, 7 and 8. Box high stakes 9, 10, 11, and 12. And at the finish line, Mark Nettesheim is your winner on the right-hand side. On a breakout from Aaron Johnson, the win light to Mark Nettesheim. Once again, high stakes, no box, lane 7 and 8, please. Have to move these golf carts, if you will, please. Lane 7 and 8, no box. Lane 7 and 8, no box to the lanes, please. High stakes. 9, 10, 11, and 12, high stakes, box to the lanes as well. High stakes to the lanes, please. High stakes no box, lanes 7 and 8. High stakes box, lanes 9, 10, 11, and 12. High stakes no box, lanes 7 and 8. High stakes gamblers, box, lanes 9, 10, 11, and 12. No box, 7 and 8. Box, 9, 10, 11, and 12. This is round 5. These are the Super Pro box class entries. Bruce Van Stratton and Ted Cannon. Set up and ready to go. Cannon on the right-hand side. He's been very, very good on the tree today. Almost double O every single time. Sometimes double O on the negative side. But not right here. Very close race off the starting line. Win line's going to go to Bruce Van Stratton. Dead on 0. 17 on the tree. Cannon, 16 on the tree. The 1 over the dial-in. Excuse me, Bruce Van Stratton was dead on 8. Excuse me, that was misreported as dead on 0. That is dead on 8. And I'll be getting my eyes checked. Just kidding, my eyesight's fine. I wasn't paying attention. Ryan McCann and Shane Pope coming up next. Pope on the right-hand side. A 477 dial-in for Shane Pope. Ryan McCann, 687, left-hand lane. McCann in the Nova from Madison, Wisconsin. Pope trickles on the stage beam. They are ready to go. McCann is off and running. Here comes Shane Pope at the finish line. Win light to Ryan McCann. 003 reaction time, exactly 100th over his dial, going 688 on the 687 dial-in. Ryan McCann will advance into round number 6 of Super Pro Box. And that'll now bring up Dennis DiValerio and Nick Cryer. Cryer on the right-hand side of Manhattan, Illinois. 498 dial-in for Cryer. And Dennis DiValerio, the supercharged rear-engine dragster with a 467 dial-in on the tower side. Once again, high stakes, no box, lanes 7 and 8. High stakes box, lanes 9, 10, 11, and 12, please. Win light's going to go to Nick Cryer, dead on 0, and 17 on the tree. 5, 4th out, margin of victory for Nick Cryer in the right-hand side. And so Jay Allen will fulfill his obligation of a buy run. No burnout, you see. He'll stage the car. He's not on the rev limiter. He'll just roll it forward, take the tree, break the beam. And he'll put it in reverse, back it up, and save those valuable parts and pieces for round number 6. So there will be a new buy. Finally, I forgot how to check for buy runs, I think, Sedona. We're going to be looking for a new buy in Super Pro Box. So the random first round buy runs in high stakes, box and no box. No box is Chad Cannon. Now, do not forget that the random ones do not carry into the next round. Not going to matter here in no box. Looks like there's an odd number. Might be an odd number as well in box. We'll have to wait and see who all actually shows. Derek Dicket's potential buy, potential random buy in box high stakes. Derek Dignit's potential buy in box high stakes. And Chad Cannon, potential buy in no box high stakes opening round. Again, those potential buys do not carry into the next round. Only buy runs that are earned by reaction time in the previous round do carry. This is the high-stakes gamblers race. These are the Super Pro no-box entries. Taylor Schlueter and Roger Morris. Morris in the Divine Concrete sponsored entry on the left-hand side. Out of Chesney Park, Illinois, Schlueter, Chevrolet S10. 709 dial for Schlueter. He will lead first. And he does. And they are both green. And at the finish line, Taylor Schlueter is going to be your winner, 7-11 on the 709 dial in the left-hand side. Hey, we got a parts call. Looking for usually people come up and tell us what they need. They don't always bring the part to the tower, but Hey, nevertheless, we're looking for a Pro Series Power Light 16-volt lithium battery. A 16-volt lithium battery. Ultronics brand is what they currently use. If you have a Pro Series Power Light performance battery, 16-volt lithium, Ultronics battery, please come to the tower. It is for the Malik family. So a 16-volt lithium battery, Ultronics brand. If you have such a thing, please see the Malik. Pitted down in the lower grass area. You can't miss the biggest rig on the property with the lift gate door. So a problem for Wicker. And that'll give a win light to Williams in the right-hand side. I believe that was Torrey doing the driving duties. Again, if you have an Ultronics 16-volt lithium battery, please see Christine Malik, or Steve Malik, I suppose. Either of the Maliks. Down in their pit area, they are the great big blue semi with the liftgate trailer and the big professional canopy awning off the side. They are looking for a battery. If you've got a 16-volt lithium battery, Ultronics brand, that's what they're looking for. She even lugged the battery all the way up to the top of the tower to show us. That's dedication. So Chad Cannon will collect the random buy run here to conclude this opening round of Super Pro High Stakes. And he goes dead on 8. Advancing to the next round. Torrey Williams is the new potential buy in high stakes. Torrey Williams, new potential buy in high stakes. These are the high-stakes box class entries. Mitchell Vincent and Ed Bausman kicking the round off. Bausman on the right-hand side, the Chevrolet S10 pickup truck with a 630 dial-in. Vincent 488 dial-in to the left-hand side. And with the starting line advantage, Mitchell Vincent will get the win. 490 on the 488 dial-in. Bausman closer to the dial-in, but Vincent better at the tree. That'll bring up now Colin Estes and Eric Pavicic. Pavicic is on the right-hand side from Polo, Illinois. Estes of Rockford in the left-hand lane. Win light to Colin Estes, going dead on 5. 10 on the tree, 15,000 the total package for Colin Estes. Getting the win in the left-hand lane. Brent Vincent and Adam Sweet. Sweet on the right-hand side, 492 dial-in for the dragster. Vincent Hometown racer from Byron with a 6:27 dial in the left-hand lane. Close race off the starting line. This one could go either way at the finish line. Win light to Brent Vincent. 009 reaction time and dead on one. 10 thou total package for your race winner right here, Brent Vincent. And that brings up Brandon Phillips and Josh Goyke. Goyke on the left-hand side. He's got a lot of laps down the track this year. 487 at the dial-in for Goyke on the left-hand side. 524 for Phillips in the right-hand lane. Well, both drivers go dead on the dial-in, but Phillips was red by 4 thousandths of a second. 004 red for Phillips. Win light to Josh Goyke. I believe this is Susan Cooter doing the driving duties of the Roadster. And Kevin Swartz in the Malibu. Left-hand side, 734 dial-in for Swartz in the Malibu. 538 the dial-in for Dale Cooter on the right-hand side. Red light start for Cooter, win light. Left-hand lane for Swartz. He'll go 736 on the 734 dial-in and advance into round number 2 of high-stakes competition. Tim Vincent and Dominic Bowden. Another pair of dragsters. Bowden on the right-hand side, a 478 dial-in for Dominic. 503 for Tim Vincent in the left-hand lane. Dominic's in first. Here comes Tim. Too close to call. This one is a very close race off the starting line at the finish line. Win light. Tim Vincent, 009 reaction time and dead on 0. Between Tim and Brent Vincent, collectively, they put together a 19 thou total package between the two of them in the high stakes opening round. 9 thou package right there for Tim and 10 pack earlier for Brent Vincent. So 19 thou total package. That's good for one car most times, let alone two. Blake Vangsness coming up, as well as Buck Davenport. Davenport in the Camaro, Vangsness in the Nova. And at the finish line, win light to Blake Vangsness, going dead on 9 and getting the win. 9 thou the margin at the stripe in favor of Blake Vangsness, your winner on the left-hand side. And it appears that the final pair has been determined. To conclude this round, we're looking for no box main event. No box main event to the lanes, please. Main event cars, no box to the lanes, please. Kip Norup to lane 2. Main event, no box to the lanes, please. Kip Norup to lane number 2. You are the potential buy. Kip Norup to lane 2, please. Dan Kike and Andrew DiPiazza. A problem for DiPiazza off the starting line. Dan Kike will get the win. Made me nervous watching it, though, as he took it out. It looked like he didn't lift at all. 478 on the 477 dial-in. DiPiazza was idling off the starting line, and Kike takes it through 100th over the dial-in. And that'll make you hold your breath for a second until you see the outcome. because that very well could have played right back into Andrew DiPiazza's hands as he idled down the track. But nevertheless, Kike is your winner. So Derek Dignitz and Mike Schleter now, your final pair. So once again, we're looking for round number 6. Round number 6, Super Pro no box, as well as round 6 of box. We'll take no box and box to the lanes, please. No box and box to the lanes, please. Super Pro no box and Super Pro box to the lanes, please. For round number 6, looking for round 6, Super Pro no box and box to the lanes, please. Yeah, you can run your... You know what? Probably once every 2 weeks I make that mistake. Paging Tori Williams. Tori Williams to the lanes, please. Paging Tori Williams to the lanes, please. Believe Tori is all we're looking for here for this round of no box. Box high stakes. Box high stakes looking for you. Box high stakes looking for you.
Is it on? BJ, where did you put my golf cart?
Well, my apologies to the live stream crowd. I, in great haste earlier, moved the hotspot from one side of the tower to the other, and I did not plug it back in. The internet went out, so that would be my fault on the internet there, but we do have it back on, so sorry if you missed round number 6. I guess that's a lesson that you should probably just be here, you know. You can't get the whole experience online, but we're trying to give what we can to who we can, however we can. So apologies for that, but we are back live just in time for round 2 of high-stakes competition in just a couple of minutes' time. think we are short one box car. Should be 9 boxers in the lanes at this time. And looks like we've got 9. We do have 9. So they are all there. And it appears that they all want the same lane. Three cars remain in high-stakes, no-box gamblers competition. Taylor Schlater and Chad Cannon, as well as Tori Williams. Williams is the bye, so he'll advance into the final round. Who he faces in the final, well, that's the question we're going to answer here in just a second's time. Will it be Taylor Schlater in the Chevrolet S10 pickup truck, or will it be Chad Cannon in the Chevrolet Camaro right-hand side from Winnebago, Illinois? We will find out in 660 feet at the stripe wind light. Chad Cannon won over the dial, 643 on the 642 dial-in. So it'll be an all-Winnebago final round in Super Pro. No box, high-stakes gamblers. Tori Williams, 583.9 on the 586 dial-in. So here's what we got going on now. Super Pro High Stakes Gamblers, round number 2. Leading the way, we have Josh Goicke in the left-hand lane and Colin Estes in the right-hand side. 9 cars remain at this time in the High Stakes Gamblers Super Pro box. 488 dial-in for Goicke in the left-hand side. 503 the dial-in for Colin Estes in the right-hand lane. Estes leading first. But can he stay out front? No, not going to happen today. As Josh Goicke is 002 on the Christmas tree and dead on 8-10 thou. Total package for Josh Goicke. In the left-hand side, what a competitor. And that will now bring up Mitchell Vincent and Kevin Schwartz. Schwartz on the right-hand side from Rockford, Illinois. Chevrolet Malibu with a 735 dial-in. Mitchell Vincent, rear-engine dragster on the left-hand side. Out of St. Charles, Illinois. 488 dial-in for Mitchell. Big head start right here for Kevin Schwartz in the Malibu. At the finish line, going dead on 8, Mitchell Vincent is your winner. Dead on 8, 137 miles per hour through the stripe. 45 miles per hour, the difference in speed at the finish line. What a fast closing of the gap at the stripe. That'll bring up Brent Vincent and Dan Kike. Kike in the right-hand side, Vincent left-hand lane. And win light to Dan Kike right here. 2 over the dial-in. Brent Vincent was 009 on the Christmas tree, but breaks out at the finish line, and Dan Kike, going 2 over, will get the win in the right-hand side. Tim Vincent and Blake Vangsness are your next pair. Vangsness left-hand side, a 681 dial-in. For Blake, the 19-year-old from Rockford, Illinois, in a Chevrolet Nova. Paired up with the CPA, the accountant, that is Tim Vincent with a 5 flat dial-in on the right-hand side. 681 the dial-in left lane for Vangsness. And Tim will go red by 4 thousandths of a second. Blake Vangsness advanced into the next round of high-stakes competition. 677 on the 681 dial-in. And Derek Dignitz, he was the random buy in first round, even number of cars. Then he earned the buy here in round number 2 of high stakes. We're looking for main event cars. Main event cars to the lanes, please. No box 3 and 4. No box 3 and 4. Box cars 5 and 6. Box cars 5 and 6. No box 3 and 4. Box cars 5 and 6. We will take the snowmobile on track. Words I've never uttered on a 90-degree day. We are ready for the sled. So, a snowmobile on a 90-degree day. And he'll shut it off just past the 8th mile or so. He was 6:12 at 107 at half track. And coasting through 1060 at just 90 miles per hour in the quarter mile. And oh yeah, 007 reaction time with a centrifugal clutch on the snowmobile. We are paging Kip Norup to the lanes, please. Paging Kip Norup to the lanes, please, for the no box class final. Looking for Kip Norup, the other half of our no box class final. The last car remaining. Three, 3-3-9. Josh Goicke, 3-3-3-9. Your new potential buy in high stakes box. High stakes box. Josh Goicke, 3-3-3-9. New potential buy in high stakes box. Take high stakes box to the lanes, please. High stakes box, we will take you back to the lanes, please. High stakes box to the lanes, please. Josh Goicke, potential buy. High stakes box to the lanes, please. Kip Norup and Cameron. It says Cameron on the computer, but Richard is the driver. Richard Mason in the Buick right-hand side. A 672 dial-in for Richard in the Buick from Winnebago. Kip Norup, the Ford Thunderbird from just down the road in Byron, Illinois. 643 dial-in for Kip. So Kip Norup and Richard Mason. No box final. And Norup will go red by 004. And Richard Mason advances into the overall Super Pro box class final round. Going 675 on the 672 dial-in. So it'll be Richard Mason facing either the door car of Ryan McCann or the dragster of Bruce Van Stratton. So Ryan McCain in the door car. Chevrolet Nova from Madison, Wisconsin with a 687 dial-in. Bruce Van Stratton, 509 on the right-hand side, the rear engine dragster from Wisconsin. And Ryan McCann's going to race for the money in the final round against Richard Mason. 009 reaction time for Ryan McCann. He'll go 686.6 on the 687 dial-in. So it'll be Ryan McCann and Richard Mason racing for the $3,000 payday at the conclusion of today's eliminations. How many left this class? A final call for box high stakes round 3. Final call, box high stakes round 3. Great sportsmanship, seeing thumbs ups and waves from the McCanns and Van Stratton camp. So great displays of sportsmanship all day long. A big tip of the cap to Wickers earlier today, and I think that was round number 2 against John Holly. Holly struggled to get the door on the car, of all things. That's one I haven't seen before. Probably the most nerve-wracking similar incident. I knew a driver was in a final round of a NHRA event, and the power window would not go up. And desperately, he banged on the door, flipped the switch, cut the power off and on, and finally, after about 4 minutes of trying, that power window finally went up in a final round. And that's about the most similar thing I've ever seen to that. And it looks like we are just waiting for one more high-stakes boxer. Awaiting one more high-stakes boxer. And then there were 5. They're all here. Final round of high-stakes no box. You can make your way to the lanes, please. Final round, high-stakes no box. You may begin to make your way to the lanes, please. I believe we've got Chad Cannon and Tori Williams. A Winnebago Battle. Battle of the Winnebago drivers. And then we've got Richard Mason in the final. He's from Winnebago, so it was almost a Winnebago domination takeover at Byron Dragway today. Box Class High Stakes Gamblers. Can we make these class names any longer, Sedona? Maybe. We should work on that. How can we add another sentence or two? Mitchell Vincent and Dan Kike leading things off. Pair of rear engine dragsters. 476 dialing for Dan Kike. A little bit faster he is on the right-hand side. And Mitchell Vincent dialed in at a 488 here in the left-hand lane. 5 cars remain at this point. Check it out. Mitchell Vincent is trip, zip, green. That's right. Perfect reaction time for Mitchell Vincent. And he'll get the win over Dan Kike. Dan Kike was dead on 3. 28 on the tree. Margin of victory, 9 thou at the stripe But Mitchell Vincent had a perfect reaction time. 0-0-0. So you know what that means? You know what that means? We'll be down to 3 cars this next round. There'll be a new bye, so Mitchell Vincent effectively punching his ticket into the final round with that performance. How about that? Blake Vangsness and Derek Dignitz on track right now. Dignitz in the dragster right-hand side, Vangsness left-hand side. The 19-year-old from Rockford is advancing to the next round. He is dead on 8. 19 on the tree. Advancing into the final 3 of box class high stakes entries. So Josh Goyke now will punch his ticket into the next round. So it'll be Josh Goyke and Blake Vangsness squaring off in the semifinal round of box high stakes. As Mitchell Vincent's perfect light to open this round will give him the bye into the final. So bye with 3 cars left will be Mitchell Vincent. This is the Battle of Winnebago. Pair of racers from Winnebago. You've got Tori Williams on the right-hand side and Chad Cannon in the left-hand lane. Pair of Chevrolets. Both drivers share the same hometown. Heck, they might even live on the same street for all I know. Cannon on the left-hand side, Williams in the right-hand lane. Head start for the Camaro. 642 dial-in for Cannon. 584 dial-in for Tori Williams in the right-hand side. This is the final round of no box high stakes. And this one is anybody's race off the starting line. 5 thou separates them at the starting line, at the finish line. Win light. Tori Williams, 587 on the 584 dial-in. Cannon got there first. Had some room to spare, but he will break out by 5 thousandths of a second. Tori Williams continues a hot streak for the Williams camp. TC, a $10,000 winner out here less than 2 weeks ago. And now Tori Williams adds his name to the winner's circle list for 2021 in high-stakes gamblers competition. We'll take our main event final round cars. Main event final round cars to the lanes, please. Looking for Richard Mason. Richard Mason to the lanes, please. Paging Richard Mason to the staging lanes, please. Paging Richard Mason to the staging lanes, please. We'll take box class high stakes to the lanes, please. Box class high stakes. Semi-final round, box class high stakes to the lanes, please. So the main event final round, about 30 seconds from firing off here. Main event final round coming up here in just a moment's time.
And here we are. We're down to 2. The final of the day. No box versus box. Ryan McCann in the left lane. He's dialed in with the 687. Richard Mason out of Winnebago, Illinois, dialed in with the 674. So the boxcar leaving first. Pair of green lights, let's just say 1,000 separates them at the starting line. At the finish line, win light Ryan McCann. Dead on 0. Cameron, or Richard, breaks out by 2. Wow. 015 light to 016, dead on 0. Ryan McCann, your winner.
Well, a job well done to Richard Mason and company, and a big congratulations to the McCann Racing Team. Your winners of a $3,000 to win. Top prize in Super Pro today. And we're down to a semifinal round in high-stakes gamblers competition. Almost 2 seconds, the difference in dial-ins here in the semifinal round of high-stakes gamblers competition. Vangs is really putting some miles on this car this year. He and his father double-entered it 2 weeks ago, Memorial Day weekend. He was out racing last weekend, I do believe, and here he is double-entered today, and now going into the semifinal round of high-stakes competition. So a lot of miles on the Nova, left-hand side. 678 to dial in for Vangsness, getting a 2-second head start, almost, against Josh Goyke. Goyke on the right-hand side, another driver that's logged a lot of miles this year. A lot of laps down the track. In a pair of different dragsters, but this one being the one he's most comfortable in. So Vangsness is well out front. Here comes Goyke. Can he get there? Win light. Dead on 9, Blake Vangsness. 11 on the tree, dead on 9. Goyke is 2 over the dial-in. So it'll be Mitchell Vincent and Blake Vangsness racing for the final round of high-stakes box class competition. Dead on 1 for Mitchell Vincent. It'll be Mitchell Vincent and Blake Vangsness running for the money in high-stakes box class final. Yes, that is John Force. No, TC Williams doing some R&D work on the tires, burning it out to about the 285-foot mark out there. the high-stakes final round in Super Pro Box Gamblers. Mitchell Vincent and Blake Vangsness. Vangsness, 19 years of age, in the right-hand side, a 679 dial into the door car. Chevrolet Nova right-hand side from Rockford, Illinois. Mitchell Vincent, he's had a perfect light in competition today. Can he keep the hot streak alive? Dragster from St. Charles is Mitchell Vincent. Vangsness is out front. Here comes Mitchell at the stripe. Win light to Mitchell Vincent. He gets the win on the left-hand side, 491 on the 490 dial-in. Vincent is your winner in the left-hand side.